Everything's adjusted good. That's a first. Love it. Welcome in, Kimmers. Thanks for being first. Michael, you're renewing your sub tomorrow. I was just checking out your badge. That will be half a year together, dude, already. Isn't that nuts? Hi, Baker View. Welcome back. Same with Yet It Is. I hope you guys had a good week so far. I honestly can't believe it's Friday again. Now that I have like another little part-time job, the weeks go by so quick. I will honestly say that. But it is like a beautiful day today. We're gonna have an amazing weekend. It's also a long weekend here in Canada. Scat! Scat! Happy Friday! What are you up to, Scat? It's so good to see you. This is nuts. I was just talking about a 6-month resub, and you come in with a tier 3 74 months. That is actually insane. You are like for sure one of the longest subs to this channel. Thank you for always like popping in. I know you're not around a ton, but it makes me feel really good that you still come and check on us. I hope you've been eating good too. Maybe get some seafood in your life. And yeah, guys, what do I gotta update you for the week? I had a good week cooking at my client's house. I made them one of my favorite things that we've also made on stream before. I did the baked Italian sausage pasta. And then I just did like a chopped Italian salad on the side for them. It was huge. Like I make enough food usually for 2 or 3 days for them at a time. And they're like, yep. The next day when I seen them, they're like, that's for sure the best thing ever. And I was like, it's also the easiest thing ever to make. So I always laugh when that happens, right? And yeah, other than that, you guys saw that... Oh, I gotta turn this down now. This song is loud. You guys saw that Samo's not home quite yet. He was supposed to know on Sunday, but let's just say his new superintendent isn't the nicest human and doesn't really care about his staff as much. So yeah, he found out the day before he was supposed to leave that he's staying an extra week, but it actually turns out he's gonna be home on Wednesday, so that's nice. And it is good that he's up there during the Canada Day holiday, which is on the Monday, because yeah, he makes... Let's just say in the one day that Sam is working on the holiday, he'll make basically what I make in a whole month. So we thought that was smart to do because we haven't really celebrated our anniversary, which was on the 20th. So I think we'll take like a little trip out to BC, little road trip for a few days in the middle of the week so we don't really miss stream. I think that'll be good. Sounds worth it, right? It's so nuts. I can't believe it. I'm still trying to get up there. We'll see. I'm waiting for like 4 job postings to come up. Just patiently waiting. And I think that's it. I did so good on groceries today, guys. It felt so good. So get this. I spent $90 total, but I also saved $70 on the actual bill. So like I almost saved half. Like I saved 40% on my groceries today, which was like mind-blowing, right? I picked up, they had a sale, buy one, get one free ribeyes. So I got those. Hi, Annie. Hello, Annie. Welcome in. I'm gonna show you guys this steak while these roll in. 930 gifted subs, by the way. Are you okay? Welcome back. Tell me how your music went. I gotta show you guys this though. Look at how good it looks. So good. And then I picked this pack too. Oh. Best way to start the stream. I love it. But yeah, check out the price on this. $48 for 2 steaks. I got 4 steaks for $50. Dab. So we'll cook up some of those on Sunday, and then I'll vacuum seal the other two for Samo. Okay, we're almost there, and then we'll welcome everyone in. They did have chicken wings on sale today too. I was eyeing them up. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, thank you, Annie. I love how you never say hi. You just bomb us. He's like a love bomber, but we will take it. Welcome in Elrad24, Midnight Orchid, Akai Fox, Mythical Suki got one, a regular that's here. Love it. V Moonwood, D Horse, NC Texas Dad. We got Greek coming in the middle of this. Welcome in, Greek. Deep Fried Gamer, Cal Scott, and Cathris. Welcome, welcome in, my peoples, to the kitchen crew. Greek with the 43 months. Dude, how's it going? Western Canadian as opposed to Eastern Canadian beef? My assumption, right? I suppose so. They don't raise a lot of beef though out east. Like not at all. So most of the beef is like raised in this province. Or the one over where there's like a little bit of farmland in between the mountains and the coast. I'm so dang excited though. Hi Jane, it's been forever. Right? 4 huge steaks for 50 bucks. I was like, I can't pass this up. They had, you could do a ribeye pack, a like big T-bone 2 for 1, or a pack of like 3 smaller strip loins. But I love ribeye. I love the fatty meats, so I definitely picked that, and they looked so good. So I'm very happy. Hi to Reno. Gotta go to your local store and get another $91 chuck roll. I have been wanting chuck for a long time too. I love to like roast it or braise it and then pull it after and make tacos or something from it. Have to get all the gift subs in before they raise the prices. Isn't that nuts? I mean, I kind of understand it just with how the world is, right? But I know they raised the prices for Canadians like a while back, maybe at the beginning of the year. It's like $8 now to subscribe if you're in Canada. Wild. So yeah, I got 4 steaks. Amp did the conversion for 35 US. Like imagine trying to go to a restaurant and get a ribeye steak. I don't even know what the minimum price anymore is, but I'm assuming it's $40 for 1 plate of steak. And that's nice, Annie. You saw some people that you haven't seen in a long time. I love it. Trino, Ontario is mostly hog and poultry. Right. Manitoba is a mix of beef, pork, poultry, as well as, yeah, fish from all the lakes. Yummo. You're throwing a croissant on the lawn. Have you guys seen that thing on TikTok? Where girls are like pouring mashed potato flakes on guys' lawns that like cheat on them or something. I was like, what a waste of mashed potato flakes. But when it rains, right, it like makes mashed potatoes on your front yard. It'll gunk up the lawnmower. Don't smoke chuck steaks. Why, did you try it and did it go wrong? Yes, yeah, you gotta coat those big roasts with like a nice mustard paste with herbs and garlic. So good. Torino grabs the free croissant. Greek, you're on your way to look at property in Alberta Foothills area. Can't stay at your second one. Got another one today. Outside of St. Albert? Wait, what? Are we gonna meet up this weekend? Because you're literally right here. I will drive to go see you, dude. Let me know. We can go eat somewhere or something. Seriously, message me, because I think that would be really fun. And yeah, good luck. Like, St. Albert was where I grew up for 23 years. That's my spot. Amp, your mom got upset this morning. The U.S. Postal Service is raising the price of a stamp from 68 to 75. That's not really a small raise. Like, that's 7 cents. Why? We gotta ask the questions why, right? The Bear Season 3 is fire. I have been seeing people post about it, so Maybe we will like try and download it for our road trip when we go to the Okanagan. Samo and I have something nice to watch in the car at night while we're going to bed. James, so you smoked 2 chuck steaks and they got tough. You were so sad. Dang. Sometimes it honestly just depends on the cow that it came from too. I've had that happen, usually with pork more, but like I've literally had pork shoulders that we've cooked for like 24 hours and they still did not let go. Like you couldn't even pull the meat apart. It's like, I wonder what they did to that animal. Yeah, Greek is buying property so that we can make the commune. I love it. Got 7 properties to look at. Okay, sounds good, dude. I mean, I know you're busy. It's stressful when you're trying to find a place to live. I will always extend the invitation to you guys, though. Okay, let's catch up. What are we doing today? We are making some Italian wedding soup today, which I've never actually made in my life before. I think I've eaten it before. I grew up with a lot of Italians in my life, and yeah, there's a lot of Italians actually in the city. I was kind of worried this morning because I usually just go down the street to the Italian Center shop, which is like one of the best places to shop in the city. And then the doors weren't open like usual at 9. I was there at like 9:30. I was like, what the heck's going on here? So then I look, and apparently they do inventory, which makes sense. You always have to do inventory at the end of the month. So they do inventory until 11 a.m., which I was like, oh no, like I won't have time to get ready for stream and stuff if I go at that time. But there's also more Italian places in the city, so I phoned up the other place because I was looking for this special pasta, which is hard to find in a regular store. It's called ditalini, and this is what you use in Italian wedding soup. So yeah, just phone before you go and waste your time, right? And they ended up having it. And this whole bag of pasta was $1.99. So support the local shops, guys, because I'm pretty sure if I bought this at the regular store, it'd probably be like $5-6. It kind of blew my mind. Is Italian wedding soup kind of like minestrone? It doesn't have tomato in it. Just like kind of a lighter style broth soup. We're gonna make homemade meatballs to go in it. So they mix Italian sausage with ground pork, which I had the ground pork in the freezer, and Italian sausages were on sale this week. So that's kind of how I plan my menus now, is like see what proteins are a good price and then what can you make from that, right? Did anyone post the recipes yet? I don't know, but I will do that for you if you want to check out what we're gonna make today. And yeah, I just thought it sounded so yummy. And it's not super hot out today. It's about 21 Celsius. So what is that? Add 32. Double it and add 32. And then you get the Fahrenheit. I'm pretty sure that's the easy way to convert it for you guys. Spilling it when you're a kid and you're sick. Did your mom make that a lot for you? Yeah, I am so excited to make this from scratch today. I told Sam I'll save him a liter and put it in the freezer for next week. Bye, Greek. Have fun looking at your homes. Keep us updated, dude. And be safe out there, because I know people are crazy driving already for the long weekend. Yeah, that's what I said to her, because she was like, what is this pasta? When I was on the phone with the girl. What? Annie. It always makes me feel better. Don't have Okay, we're back. So these are going in the garbage. Because I literally checked my mic pack this morning and it had 3 bars. And we're like, what, 15 minutes into the stream and my mic died? So those are going in the garbage. Because I don't accept that. It always gets so awkward when that happens. Power sticks. I mean, they don't last forever, especially the rechargeable ones, right? But still, it's like you do all your checks and you're ready to go and we're all having a good time. And then there's that. 3 bars, yeah. I don't even want to hear it. But we'll carry on, guys. It's okay. I mean, there's really a lot worse things that could happen in life. Batteries dying, I guess, is not a big one. 3 dive bars? That doesn't even make sense. And I know we can't just like throw them in the garbage, so I'll just put them up there for now and we will figure it out after. Oh yeah, never run out of butter. That's terrifying. That's way, way worse. You're so right. Thank you for saying that. Oh, I've heard of a dive bar. I might have even gone to a couple in my lifetime. Okay, let me catch up here. Where were we? Add 32, divide by 5 nines. Yes, that is so much math though for me. That is actually the worst too, Amp. Yeah, your milk went bad before the date, or like yogurt or anything like that. Okay, let's go over what we're doing today. We are making the soup and then we're prepping a couple things for tomorrow's stream, which is gonna be also delicious. And yes, thank you, Annie, for the steaks once again. I don't know if it muted while I was saying that. I'll let Samo know too that you bought them for us. Okay, this recipe is from Food Network. It actually looked really good. I don't often use Food Network recipes because I know sometimes like the links don't work for you guys, which is weird. No, Amp. Yeah, you got the cereal in the bowl already. And it's smart that you always sniff the milk, right? Because imagine if you poured the milk in and started eating it. No, thank you. Okay, it says the best, which I'm also a little weary about, Italian soup or Italian wedding soup. But there is 48 reviews and it has like 4.5 stars out of 5. Oh gosh. Or yeah, when you go to pour the cream or milk into your coffee and it curdles. Barf. Okay, 6 to 8 servings. It says total time 3 hours. I mean, that seems pretty long. We can probably do it quicker. I'm gonna say we can do it quicker. Oh, really, Amp? You have a bad sense of smell? I'm sad for you then. I have a very good sense of smell. I've actually been like made fun of it. Or made fun of for it before. Okay, so they said we tried all sausage, like just Italian sausage itself, meatballs, but they found them heavy and dense. So adding ground pork in with it keeps them light, but still extremely flavorful. I like that. I don't really get escarole here, which I just looked it up online. I was like, what's a substitute for escarole? Which is just like kind of a crunchy sort of lettuce green. And so I just picked some nice, to keep it like Italian, just some Tuscan kale instead from the store, which is much better than our curly kale, which I don't often buy anymore. My least favorite. And they said if you really want the umami flavor in the soup, you can always toss a Parmesan rind into the broth as it simmers. But we didn't miss it when we made it without. I like it. Am I a super taster? I actually might be. I honestly might be. How do you get hired for that? I feel like I could make people a lot of money. I'm half hound dog, half Kate. I grew up with hound dogs. We had basset hounds for a bit. They're heckin' hilarious. Okay, so there's yummy fresh herbs in here, as well as dried herbs. In the meatballs, there is panko breadcrumbs, some Parmesan cheese. I'm just gonna do some Asiago instead, because you can kind of switch that out. I just didn't feel like buying Parmesan last week, so I got Asiago. I like that there's red pepper flakes in the meatballs, some egg to bind it, garlic, obviously the pork, Italian sausage. And then I really like that you just kind of sear or fry off the meatballs before you start making the soup. So you get all that yummy flavor from the meat already in the pot, and then you start bringing the rest of the soup together. So much flavor. Thank you for the 510 bits for the battery replacement. It helps. Everything helps. And guys, we're already done our sub goal for the day. What is going on here? Blue scotch is your salad kale. I don't know if I've heard of that one. I've heard of a few of the other fancy ones when I was working on the organic farm. Really blew my mind. And then there's the typical like mirepoix in this soup, which I had some of that paste still. So we will just use some of that. I did see that they put chicken in the soup, but I honestly didn't think that was necessary unless you had some laying around. I guess we could like chop up some of the thighs that we're gonna use tomorrow for the vermicelli bowls. Really up to you. One thing I was excited for in the soup was some white wine. Annie, thanks for the 234. Mish, good to see you. Thanks for the 1 bit. Here to keep people on their toes, let's say. So I didn't actually have the white wine though. I'm trying to use up our Okanagan finds from last year, which I thought this was close enough to white wine, just how it was in the bottle. It's a blush cider that's made from a winery. And I thought that would be absolutely delicious. Like they make the cider and then ferment it in wine barrels. Ooh. So we will pop that open today and use that to deglaze our pot. Yeah, you're drawing me, shout it alert. And then like I said, we'll finish with the kale and then some fresh chopped parsley. And obviously our pasta. 1 cup of pasta. And yeah, you just add the meatballs and the pasta to everything in the pot about 10 minutes before you plan to eat it. And that way they won't get overcooked. Is that like an alcohol apple cider? Yep. Yep, when we were there, do you remember last August when we did our quick trip and we went to visit our friends? We're gonna do the same thing again, but just this month. So that was my last bottle that I had from last year. I thought I should use it up before we go. Okay, let's do meatballs. I'll just write herbs down because there's quite a few that we have to prep. Our kale. I do have a liter of homemade chicken stock in the fridge that we will totally put in the soup today because that will be delicious and healthy for us. Meatball, herbs, kale. Obviously, we won't forget the pasta. And that's honestly pretty much it for the soup. Quite simple. That's why I said I don't think it's going to take us 3 hours. And then we are going to make our flaky pie crust for our strawberry rhubarb pie tomorrow. I got rhubarb from my brother's house last weekend. And 2 pounds of strawberries from the store were $5. So winning on that front. We will make up some nice little individual strawberry rhubarb pies for ourselves. And then whenever someone gifts me something from their garden, I always bring them back whatever I make from it. I just think that's how we should do it. Same with if like someone gives you something in a container like cookies, you never give them back the container empty. That's just a rule. We're halfway. Nice. Sweet. Okay, so I'll make up our pie crust so that it can sit in the fridge, and then all we gotta do tomorrow is make our filling and roll out the dough. That is what I have found to be the quickest and easiest way to make pie in your life. And then lastly, we will marinate our lemongrass chicken for our vermicelli bowl tomorrow. I made this for my clients this week on Wednesday, and I was like drooling as I was making it for them because I knew I couldn't have any of it, right? So I was like, I'm totally making this weekend. And of course, it's always better if you let the meat marinate overnight. Strawberries are so cheap right now. It really depends on where you go, especially here in Canada, I guess. But strawberries don't grow a ton here. It's either super expensive, you get 1 pint for $10 from the farm, or sometimes it's 1 pound for $5, but I always buy them if it's 2 pounds for $5. I can't pass that up. Okay, let's switch over here. I'll pop our recipe up, and we will make our meatballs. Get the dirty stuff over with first, and we'll bring our soup together. I think I gotta grab the panko out of the freezer. Anyone else eat anything yummy this week so far? Yeah, $5 Canadian for 2 pounds. I was so happy. So I don't think those were still supposed to be on sale at that store. You paid $3.99 US for 2? So pretty much same price then, I guess. That's good. Yeah, when I left the store today with how much I saved, it was one of those like IKEA commercial moments. Start the car and like drive away. But I didn't like steal anything. It just feels like you did. Mishi, you had nachos? I have been having a hankering for nachos too. How did you know? Let's get our sausage and pork out. I know we need an egg. I always pick up these sausages with basil in them. I don't know, they just taste better. There's just something about it. 1 large egg. I know there's a little bit of cream in these, but I'll leave that in the fridge till we get to that point. I think we need some fresh garlic. You know me, it's true. You do. Ah! Don't do it. Should we use an entire head of garlic today? Probably, between the chicken and the soup. I'm gonna say it'll be pretty close to it. Boop. Whenever I open the panko crumbs, I just keep them in the freezer. Just like any other breadcrumb, they stay better. Practiced Indian food for the first time. Jalfrezi on Wednesday and chicken tikka with the extra chicken. Oh, I love Indian food. Another thing that like I smell a lot when I'm at home because we have a lot of Indian people that live in the building. It's torture some days. But I get them back when I stream. Suckers. Do you have a problem? Some of the commercial versions of sausages like Johnsonville, where they're ground too coarse, and you'll feel a bone fragment or something else. Yeah, culinary warfare. I am with you on that, Amp. I'm very particular, you know this, about my ground meats. So yeah, a lot of times I'll only buy this if it's on sale. But so far this brand seems okay. And it really depends on like how they are separating the muscles to begin with and like how clean they are being, right? Because once it goes through the grinder, it's not like you can see that bone fragment and pick it out, unfortunately. I hate that feeling though. Yeah, the gristle or is like almost as bad as like an eggshell. But what can we do, right? As long as it's not more than like, what, 5 pieces of gristle, because then I would probably be questioning. I'd probably write the company and be like, hey, just so you know, this product bought on this date wasn't the best as it usually is. Because if you don't let them know, well, how are they gonna fix it? Just throw a tantrum. Okay, this is what they say, which I thought was interesting. Oh yeah, I need the Asiago still. So stir the panko, Asiago, red pepper flakes, salt and pepper in a medium bowl until it's combined. And then we add the cream, egg, and the half of the grated garlic into that. So we kind of make this like weird paste. And then it says combine the pork and sausage together in a different bowl, and then you just add that mixture to the binder. Sounds right. Makes sense to me. I've never made this style of meatballs before. And then we're just gonna scoop it out. Usually Italian wedding soup, the meatballs are pretty small, so we'll use our nice little 1 ounce ice cream scoop. Just grab it now while we're going through this. This little guy will be perfect. Okay, so I need to go grab some chili flakes. Need the salt and pepper. And then just a little bit of grated Asiago. These are gonna be so good. I'm glad I'm making a lot of them. Maybe we'll grate a little bit of extra cheese so that we can sprinkle it over the soup as a garnish, because I think that would be also yummy. Come hither. Why did the detectives smoke pot while they were making sausage? Because they were casing the joint. I like it. That was actually a wonderful pun. Thank you very much for that. Hi, Nightwalker. How's it going? Okay, this is our chunk. The plastic stuck to the label. Don't tear. Please. Please don't tear. I think we'll have to, what, cut a chunk off of this to grate it. It's okay if there's extra in the fridge. We're making a lot of soup today. Because we need 1/3 of a cup grated fine for the meatballs, it says. So we'll grate it all fine because that'll look good for the garnish as well. Chunkers. I mean, I don't know, it's just a little creamier than Parmesan. Sometimes I'm not feeling the super salty side of Parm. Maybe it's a summertime thing for me. Not really sure. But I picked this up instead. They're around the same price. I will say that. It would be terrible. We will have, as a chef snack, we'll have the little end piece where we don't grate our fingers. How about that? Mish, I mean, that is fair. There's no feta today, but I do have some in the fridge still. And then I'll be going back to the farmer's market tomorrow, guys. I'm on a nice 2-week rotation, going there to get my fresh produce. And nothing ever goes bad when I do it on a 2-week rotation, which is awesome. Like, I'm just running out of my cucumbers. I just used my last tomato yesterday. We'll get some nice fresh things for our steak salad that we're gonna make on Sunday. The lettuce, no. The lettuce, that's the one thing that doesn't, but I just take the little live lettuce plugs that they sell, and they're still growing in the living room here. I got 4 heads of lettuce, a couple green onions that I've been clipping off. It's actually kind of hilarious. Just me gardening in the living room. But so far, so good. And I said to Samo, once we take our trip and come back, whatever week that is, then we'll pick up some of those Arrow Garden herbs so I can babysit them as they're starting to grow. I didn't know you could do that either. I mean, we had this empty flower pot sit in there because the peace lily died. It may or may not have frozen the winter when Sam left the door open. R.I.P. Peace Lily. So I said, this is sitting empty. What if I just plant the live lettuce in there? So far, so good. We're like almost a month in. Okay, there ended up being like no cheese snacks for the chef. What the heck? Who does that? Yeah, rest in peace, Lily. I think it was also just getting old anyways. Like every time we watered it, it just looked worse and worse. And then I did have to look it up, right? Because I felt bad and it was our roommates. But just so it turns out that they only last about 5 to 7 years, I think. And he said it was quite old. It was from his mom. So I said, oh, phew. I won't feel that bad then. Okay, sneaky way to get stuff from under the grater without making a mess. Just slide. Well, first I'll take that out. Slide your bench scraper underneath to like plug it. And then just let it go over the container. That's a good amount of cheese, I would say. We only need 1/3 cup for the meatballs. Maybe we will do 1/2 cup. Because we measure cheese with our hearts here. Done with that. Nice. Okay, let's wrap that back up so we can get it in the fridge. You know how tempted I was today when I went to the Italian bakery to grab the pasta to like get some donuts or something from the bakery side? Nope, I didn't even look. Don't even put your eyes that way. Because I know I'm making pie tomorrow. Not enough cheese for Mish? Is it ever enough though? We got some yummy fresh basil to garnish the soup with too, with the parsley. Exciting. We'll get one bigger bowl. But I think we'll mix up the paste in and then we'll add the meat to it and have a nice big area to bring everything together. So, panko Parmesan red pepper flakes, a teaspoon of salt, 1/2 teaspoon of black pepper, and then cream egg and some garlic. Hi, boss man. What's today's menu? Right now we're working on Italian wedding soup, and then later we'll be prepping some pie dough and marinating chicken for tomorrow's stream. Grab a 1/2 cup measure. cup of panko crumbs. And did you guys know that panko crumbs are gluten-free? That always blows my mind. Annie, did you know that? Sounds good to you? You coming over for lunch? You don't think you did? I actually didn't know it either until just recently that they're all gluten-free. Or at least the Kikkoman brand is, if you can get it there. Alright, chili flakes. Obviously, if you don't want it a bit spicy, don't put them. But I feel like spicing up my life today. It says 1/4 teaspoon, so I'm just gonna do a pinch like this. Yeah, we're spicing up our life. Yummo. I find that the Asian chili flakes taste better than the generic brand from the store. Alright, 1/2 cup of this as well. Don't let it all fall out. Ah! I can't do it. Gotta build it up on the side. I didn't want it all to fall out at once. And yeah, cheese and meatballs, do not skip this step. It adds such good flavor and as well as moisture. Helps them to not dry out. Gochugaru, oh, that would be the best for sure, Suzanne. Those are my favorite chili flakes ever. They're Korean. Okay, so a teaspoon of salt. I usually just measure that with my eyes because I've done it so many times. Measure shredded cheese with your heart, not a measuring cup. Well, they did call for a 1/3 cup, so I thought that doing a 1/2 cup would be a better amount. Your dog is emptied. I like that. We'll go kind of crazy with the pepper. Sure, why not? And now I'll just kind of fluff this up with my hands, I think. It basically smells like mac and cheese. That's interesting. Or maybe cacio e pepe is a better comparison, just the cheese and the pepper. All right, now I think the smartest thing for the cream and the egg is to mix those things together first, instead of just cracking the egg and pouring the cream in. Oh, I also got a really big watermelon today, guys. I haven't had watermelon probably since last summer at work. I'm pretty particular. But this was only $5. I don't know who's gonna eat it all. But luckily, Samo's home soon. Someone had grooming day this week, so there's extra energy. Oh, man. My grandma used to own a dog grooming business, so I am no stranger to that. I was not one of the cousins that worked at it, though. A lot of my cousins worked there when they were in their youth. I was a grocery store girl. You would eat it in one sitting? Really, caretaker? The doctor wouldn't like you having too much? Is it just because the sugar content, or is it something else? I'm also not used to putting cream in with the egg. Usually it's just milk, right? Whip it up. Have you ever had lemon juice on watermelon? It's supposed to be good. I haven't. Have you? Type 2, yep. My dad has it too. So I feel ya. The amount of sugar in bananas is crazy, hey? It's like such a normal thing for people to eat for breakfast, but they don't realize how much it spikes your blood sugar. Okay, so the cream and the egg are nice and evenly mixed. So we can pour that in, and that will start to soften the breadcrumbs so they're not crunchy when we mix this all up. And then while that's happening, we will press our garlic. A little for in the meatballs. Actually, no, we'll just do what we need for the meatball because there's already garlic in our mirepoix soup base that we're gonna use. So we're good to go there. I'm just gonna use this fork now. You avoid bananas and oranges for the same reason. Even oranges, hey? Dang. I guess they're not really acidic, right? It's definitely a sweet fruit compared to other citrus. What, grapefruits are probably a better option then? But sometimes not all the grapefruits are delicious, I will say that. Okay, put a couple of these things away. You enjoy watching Girl with the Dogs on YouTube? She's a groomer. I think I've seen her on TikTok. And then I saw that she posted that she has a YouTube channel. I was like, that's cool. But yeah, my grandma also bred poodles. I remember this when I was young. And was like went to dog shows and stuff like that. So yeah, I've been around dogs since I can remember. What do we think? 4 garlic cloves? We'll do 5. That one's small. I don't think that counts. Okay, we'll do that many. You get lots of good info about the different breeds. I like that, right? Because you could also see how they behave. Nice, Annie. This the same dough that you always make? I like it. I'm almost finished my multi-grain sourdough bread that I made last weekend, and then I wrapped one up, the extra loaf up really tight, and popped it in the freezer for Samo. Because I know he loves his bread when he's home when I make it. Like, are you saying breads? Baked or fried? Yeah, usually they're still baked. And hi, Cookie. Hope you're having a good Friday. Good to see you. The whole crew's here together. I hate when the garlic does this. What are we yelling about out there? Uh-oh. Something's going on out there. Do not go over there. Okay, done with that. Press it, because I hate actually chopping garlic. Start with these 2 small ones. I mean, I don't think Annie's ever made gluten-free donuts. I've never made them. I don't know if I've ever had a gluten-free donut. I'm a donut fiend. So even when I was at a point in my life where I was gluten-free for like almost a year, because I developed an allergy, I still didn't break down and have a gluten-free donut. I was like, I'll just wait. You've never made donuts? It's actually such a fun process. I know you guys have been bringing it up and asking me to make them recently, so maybe I'll break down and do that. Okay, we got all that. Hawaiian donut place? What is this about? Now you're making me regret not getting the donut from the Italian bakery this morning. Okay, we'll mix in that garlic and then we'll move on to our meats. See how the panko's already absorbed most of that stuff. It's not really wet anymore. Mochi based. I love mochi. I haven't tried the ice cream version of it yet though, and I feel like I'd be really obsessed with it. I'm gonna put this garlic back. I'll get into these meats. Do this one first before we get our hands all gross. Strawberry black sesame. Holy shnikey, that sounds amazing. The best donuts I've ever had in my life still is from a place in Vancouver called Lucky's Donuts. And then the best apple fritter I've ever had in my life is from a gas station in like Oregon or something that we stopped. I forget. What state are you not allowed to pump your gas in? That's what I remember. But it was like bigger than my face. I was just like, yo, I need to like stop for a bathroom break. So Samo stopped there. Just so happens. You and corner gas. Just so happened that there was this insanely huge apple fritter there. And I am so happy that we did not pass it up. That was also the first time we've been to a gas station where we weren't allowed to pump our own gas. The guy was just like, yo, bro, you're not allowed to do that here. We were like, what? Why not? We thought he was like joking. I think it was Oregon. Okay, so now we're gonna do a very phallic thing and take these out of the casings. I know I saw Johnsonville, you can buy this sausage out of the casing as well, but my store did not have those today. So I usually just break it in half, twist it, and then pull it apart. I've gotten pretty good at this over the years. And then this is also a way that you could like make little mini sausages if you wanted, right? New Jersey has that too. Good to know. It's only weird if you make it weird. Mish. Zoom in, Kate. Come on. Why are you covering it up? All the shushage? It's a really weird thing to do, I will say. It really goes against everything that a sausage is. Thank you for taking the time to put it in the casing. I will now take it out. That wasn't bad though, right? That was not bad. Okay, so now we'll like break this up so that we can mix it in with the pork. Usually I just make little pieces like this, pull it apart. Ever watched Ordinary Sausage on YouTube? No. You should link that in Discord though, so I can look at it afterwards. Because that's basically all I watch, TV-wise. If that even counts as TV anymore, is YouTube. Jiggles! Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub, my friend. We are back indeed, and so are you. With 30 months in a row, we're getting up there. I'm impressed. He makes fan-selected ingredient sausages. Ah. What's like the weirdest one that you've seen? I really miss the butcher shop that we'd go to on the island, Glenwood Meats. They made the best sausages. Like lamb merguez, the bacon cheeseburger is still something that I dream of. Yeah, just the best flavoring. Ew, menthol crystals? That's wild. Does he eat it? I don't know if I could do that. I'm like very against making things that I probably wouldn't eat. I don't know if that's just a chef thing about wasting food. He tries some of them. Like, I get it's entertaining, but like, what do you do with the food after? I could smell the basil in this sausage already. Okay, one more little chunker. And then we'll get messy with the pork. What? 20 types of homemade brats at the grocery store where you used to live? My goodness. It's like when you have a spot like that though, you remember it. See? Good sausage is hard to come by because like we were saying earlier, like sometimes the store-bought stuff has like gross gristle in it where they weren't as picky with the grind. We're allowed to be picky. I'm just trying to break up some of that ground pork as well. It's nice for quick episodes of funny, for sure. Yeah, I definitely want to watch The Bear this time off with Sam. I can't remember if we watched the second season, even. I feel like maybe. Okay, so now we can be more rough since we got the pork all broken up. Just kind of give this a rough mix. I'm not gonna over mix it now because we still have to mix the binder in. Like they said to really work this together, they're like, pull it and stretch the meat. I was like, what is this even kind of directions talking about? Ah! The board's forever unclean now. Okay, I think I can grab this with my forearms without getting the bowl dirty. And we'll add this to it. Island J Mew 2000. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. This is so much meatballs, guys. Who am I even cooking for today? Oh, just myself. Finally used up your psyllium husk powder onto the new bag. That goes in your gluten-free bread. Okay, so now we'll mix in the binder stuff. Oh, you can smell the fresh garlic. Nice. Baker Vuke, you will come to know that Annie is like legitimately our mad scientist here. Hello there, friend. I hope you're having a good day. I'm glad you found me. We're just mixing up some meatballs for our Italian wedding soup later on. We can't without Annie. It's straight up facts. Like last weekend, a little bit lonely. But I know that life happens. And I'm proud of you for going to that thing for your jazz ensemble. Because, like, how fun is that? You gotta do those things that are not always available. Okay, see how it's, like, starting to get sticky? That's telling me that we're good. Try and clean this off. And then I'll wash my hands, and then we just gotta scoop it. We'll pop it either on a plate. I think I'll pile them all up with just a piece of parchment instead of a sheet pan. Both drummers that you used to play with, you saw, including the one that played on your first jazz album. That is amazing. How is your guys' music sounding after all these years? Is it just like riding a bike? I've never been a musical person. That's my brother. So these are the questions I have. Is it like cooking? You don't really forget? It was really good. That's so cool. It looks delicious. Thank you. Now we're trying out this recipe that mixes Italian sausage with ground pork, so it's not as heavy. Just a couple other flavorings and some binder. I'm really excited to try it in the soup today. Okay, I got a big plate. Plate for the balls. They did one song called Wind Machine. Begins with a piano solo at a really fast tempo. So cool. Did you guys like hang out after and go for food or anything like that to catch up? Fold this up. Just that way the meat won't stick when it comes to frying. It'll be easier to clean off the plate. And everyone take a second and have a sip of water. You hung out beforehand. Amazing. Hi, Wilson. Everything is good here. So far, so good. We just finished mixing up our meatball mixture for our soup. So we just take our scoop, flatten it on the side, press it, and that's our meatball. You really don't have to worry about those scraggly edges. Like, we're gonna fry them up and they'll just get crispy and delicious and go back into the soup. I'm not gonna worry too much. If you want to though, you could always like take your hand and like swipe off the side. I usually just try to do it on the bowl. That's actually amazing. I have to say it out loud. And here I thought wind machine is the medical term for someone with a flatulence problem. Imagine having that problem. That'd be so embarrassing. Like, who would you even tell? I'd only tell the doctor. You would like to thank all the mods who are here? Mods, thank you all for your services. Honestly, don't know what I would do without you after all these years. We've had some times together. You'd like to thank the air conditioner? Yeah, I would say that's a thankful thing. I still have been able to not break down and plug in the air conditioner so far this year. We're making it through. Because my gosh, they really charged us out the butt for like the 1 month we had it plugged in last summer. I was like, well, probably not gonna do that again. It's really stringy. Sometimes I have to say stop it to the pork. Who's Devin Townsend? He's a Canadian lad? I do not know this name. Me just expecting to know every Canadian. It's very Canadian of me. Is he Pete's brother? Oh, Pete Townsend. I've heard of that name. It feels like 102F. My gosh. You guys are like roasting. Is that pretty typical weather though for where you live? Because like some people decide to live where it's insanely hot and I could not. A prog metal musician? Like progressive, you're saying? As in Prague? My brother likes metal. He would probably know who that is. Heck, maybe even I do. I just don't know the name. Earlier this week, it was really bad. Yeah, it was getting muggy for a couple days here because it would rain and then the sun would come back out again. I was like, stop. Even though I'd much rather like not complain about the rain because at this time last year we were like completely on fire and smoldering and like the leaves on the trees were curling because it was so hot. So I'll take the rain for sure. Sometimes you gotta put it back into perspective for yourself. He wrote an entire album about coffee. Guys, I'm not even halfway through. I mean, I think this one plate of meatballs is enough for the soup. Do they say how many? About 24? Was anyone counting? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, we definitely have 24. So the rest of those, I'm just gonna leave in the fridge and I'll scoop them with my bigger scoop after stream. Just gonna clean this out so it doesn't get all stuck on. And I'm just gonna bake this. I'll just bake those to eat during the week. Yum. A little protein snack. Can't go wrong with that. I need more. It's too late. It's too late. Oh, I have a bit more than 24. Well, perfect then. We'll always take more. It's better to have more than not enough. So just put that over by the stove because I think we'll be cooking pretty quickly here. Bringing the soup together. I'm just gonna cover that with a little plastic so it doesn't dry out. And make the whole fridge smell like garlic. A perfect plate of meatballs. That was fun. Just press the plastic right onto there and kind of gather it together. Nice. Meat marbles. Yeah, they're always funny when they're small like that, right? Move over, bacon. Okay, I will take this kale out now. Kale, yeah. I don't know what happened to this one leaf, but it started to go purple. Like, I can only buy this version of kale organic. I don't even think regular kale exists anymore. we got our thyme to go in the soup. We can measure out our pasta, 1 cup. I was even trying to like read on this bag the ingredients because everything's just in Italian. And yeah, it's just durum semolina and water, and it says farming country, which we don't really have these stipulations in Canada. The farming country of the wheat is EU and not EU, and the milling country is Italy. I said, wow, that's interesting. Grab a container to put the kale in as well. We're good. Other than the meatballs, there's not a ton of prep for this soup unless you had to do the carrot, onion, celery. But even then, that doesn't take forever. Yeah, we're gonna order those seedlings. Not next week, I think, but the week after. Sam's trying to see if he can switch his shift so he actually still has 3 weeks off instead of just 2. I did a little bit more than a cup, and that's okay. I'm ordering the seedlings. I don't know if you can just order seeds for the Arrow Garden. Should I just put that in a container, I guess? Pack it up for the pantry instead of putting it in plastic. What type of seedlings? I don't know. You guys can tell me. I was thinking for sure basil and dill, because those are the two that are the most expensive from the store. Cilantro, maybe a little thyme plant could be good. Oh, like a tree. No. I mean, you probably could. I don't know. It's a weird system. I think it grows hydroponically. So they just send you the plugs to like put in the little machine that has the light that you set. And that's it. You're here for the wedding soup, Faded? I mean, it is also wedding season, we could say. So I thought that was quite fitting. Because I'm pretty sure that's why it's called this, right? Okay, now we gotta look it up. Annie's gonna love this. Sometimes we need to learn the history of the dish if it's the first time. Because then we just appreciate it more. You would need to use rock wool. You're gonna look into it. Yeah, I have an older machine. It's the roommate's, but he told me to use it. Oh, you knew people that grew weed in it? That's crazy. Okay, Italian wedding soup is a soup consisting mainly of green vegetables and meat in chicken broth. It is popular in the United States, where it's a staple in many Italian restaurants and diners. The term wedding soup comes from a mistranslation of the Italian language phrase minestra maritata, which means married soup. Minestra maritata more directly translates to wedded broths. The marriage of its meats and vegetables inside of its broth is the only matrimony relevant in this context. Those were some crazy sentences, but I love it. Well then, like I need to say that again. The marriage of its meats and vegetables inside of its broth is the only matrimony relevant. You got it. Okay, I don't know if we will... Yeah, meat marriage? Giggity. I don't know if we'll use all of this. Definitely gonna try and pick out the leaves that aren't the nicest anymore so that we can use them first. That one doesn't look good at all, so we'll pick that off. These ones are a bit soggy. And then maybe we'll save these 3 really nice leaves for our steak salad. We'll massage them up on Sunday. I think that's what's gonna happen. Hi, Alti. How you been? Put it in a blender. No one's gonna know. Who's gonna know? No one's gonna know. Okay, we're only gonna take off of this one what I want to use, which is a very small amount, actually. I hate how sometimes they hide the, like, really crappy looking leaf right in the middle. What a letdown. That's okay, though. Beggars can't be choosers. Okay, now we're gonna zip the kale. This is what I was taught it was called, so we're just gonna peel the actual leaf off of the tough stem. And you can still eat the stem, probably on this type of kale. I don't like the stem on the curly type of kale at all. My dog would eat it, no problem, though. Remember picking kale in the garden with Poshers, and she would always eat the stems and crunch on it. Yeah, we never saw anything, Suzanne. What did we see? I don't even know what you're talking about. Is there anyone in my family that's about to be married? Next summer. Not this summer, but next summer, my cousin, one of my little cousins, is getting married to the most amazing girl. I love her. So maybe I'll have to make that next year for their wedding. Poshers! That was good history. I liked that little write-up. Simple, but to the point. It's getting kind of windy out here. It's blowing some papers around in my room. I will never complain about wind in the summer, though. I just don't like cold winds. Okay, this looks like there might be a little bit of buggies on this. Fair enough, it's organic. We'll just give this a quick rinse before I cut it up. A little swish under the water. There could be snow. Like Samo's low next Wednesday, or Tuesday, sorry. Tuesday overnight, he was looking at the forecast before he goes home, is like 2 degrees. 2 degrees Celsius up in the Arctic. But it's also forever sun up there right now, though. Which is just the best. Yeah, Island. I'll try and send some your way. How about that? It's actually so nice out today. I was thinking if stream doesn't go too late, I might take my little picnic blanket over to the park across the street with my Steam Deck, play a little bit of Disney in the sun until it's too hot, and then go home. Kale is like famous for having aphids. That's why we wash it, because usually you can't see them. Not that you're gonna die if you eat it. You were in LA last week? That's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna stack these bigger leaves together. You can see where we took the stem out. This one I'm just gonna break in half. It's pretty much there. And then we'll cut this so that our kale leaves aren't super long and hard to eat in the soup. We can just stack that back together, and we'll cut across nice little strips This is really cool too, actually. When Sam leaves the mine on Wednesday, he gets to take his first ever 737 flight home direct from there. So it's gonna be like 2 hours instead of the usual, like sometimes 4 or 5 hour trek that they get stopping over for fuel and stuff. Stack those ones up too. Growing it's a blast. Kale grows like a weed, hey? Like you can basically harvest it all winter. Listen, Torino. We don't have access really to escarole here. And I couldn't get into the Italian center this morning because they were doing inventory. I couldn't just break in, even though I wanted to. So I thought this was the best option because it's Tuscan kale. Listen here. You love the dark one? And yeah, I'll show you how to eat it raw on Sunday. Like I was saying, you just have to massage it with some oil and vinegar, and then it really softens up the leaves. Yeah, listen, Linda. Zucchini crossing over onto tomatoes. What did I see? That someone's cucumber plant self-pollinated themselves with their watermelon plant. And now they have these like little cucumber watermelons growing. Apparently cucumbers will like pollinate with anything. Tomatoes. You get like cucumber flavored tomatoes. It's weird. I was like, I didn't know that. Well, I learned that tomato plants are self-pollinating. Yeah, tomatombers. Is something printing from my printer right now? Imagine. What could it be? That was so confusing. Just like hear my printer doing stuff down there. Hello? But yeah, all you have to do is shake the tomato plant and then it pollinates itself. It's not like squash where you literally need the male to the female with a pollinator like a bee, wasp, etc. I think that will be enough time for the soup since it's fresh. We don't need to go crazy with it. Same with peppers too, Reno. And hi, DeBear. Welcome in. The nightshades. I've always liked that word. You have metal racking laying around that you made into a fence. Smart. Yeah, you can use so much different things for your garden. The inside of the pepper flower holds both anthers with pollen and its pistil. Those are the words that I didn't know, but now I know. You want a cucumado? It's like the best of both worlds, right? 2 for 1. Hello, Luna. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you've been good. We got a little time for that. And we're almost starting to cook the soup. That's how easy it is. I'm in. I think this is a good soup for those hot weather days because it doesn't take forever to make or cook even. You have strawberries and raspberries too. I absolutely can't wait till we live somewhere where I can have all those things again. Oh, this is actually something exciting I could share with you guys. Is as we're going to BC, we're going to stop in a place called Chilliwack, if any of you know where that is. Because there is a like RV company there that has one of the trucks that Sam wants to buy. And there's no other ones in all of Canada unless maybe we go to Ontario. It's chilly in Chilliwack. Hi, you, Mel, as well. I hope things are good in Germany. You're looking for more space, but yeah, we're gonna check out our big ass truck. I am so excited. Sam's like, what if we just go check it out? Maybe we'll be able to manifest it into our life. I was like, what have I done to you? I love it. Yeah, Ontario's super far. We're planning maybe going out in the fall because Sam's parents live out there and we have not seen them in quite a few years. And he wants to drive with me because I've never done that drive across Canada yet. I'm always down to be the co-pilot. The fall is so nice in Ontario, right? All the leaves are changing on the trees. Yeah, not as hot. Just grabbing a little container for this time. And then I think we also need, just remembering the recipe, bay leaf, if I was not mistaken, and also maybe oregano. So I'll bring those. What? You're in the hospital? Oh, someone with hot oil dropped it on your pants and you have level 3 burns. Oh my goodness. I hope everything heals quickly. I've always said I'd rather have a cut than a burn any day. I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I've burnt myself pretty good before on my foot, but I don't think anything like what you're saying. That's so scary. You've gotten oil spilled on you before? Yeah, oil and sugar are the scariest ones. I know across Canada, it takes forever. Like Sam was telling me, because he's done this drive a few times, like it takes literally an entire day just to get out of the province of Ontario. Like 24 hours. Remember Sam and the huge wok of oil? Was I not sleeping when this happened? Was that when he started the stream early? I'm glad you were there, Annie. I only have stories, and thank goodness I do. What? The doctors say that you can't even have kids now? Like, I don't even want to say this, but like, I don't know. If you're planning on having kids, that might be worth like going to court for. I don't even know what you do in that situation. That is wild. Okay, we got our time. Couple bay leaves, they say. Might as well just take it out now. 1, 2. 2 sprigs of oregano. I guess we will do like a teaspoon maybe, because I don't have a sprig. I was gonna get some of the sprigs from the Italian market today, but once again it was closed. Because I know they sell like these huge, basically sticks of Greek oregano dried in bags. I've always eyed it up. That's so crazy. I mean, we're here for you. Please let us know if we can do anything for you, my friend. I will be thinking of you, and like I said, I hope everything heals quickly. Alright, we got our meatballs done. Okay, I'll just show you guys our little mirepoix that I'm gonna use, that I pre-prepped for myself. When I look on the date on this, yeah, this is from like last year. So I'm glad we're using it up. Our mirepoix garlic soup base. And see, it's getting frosty too. So I just like shredded up with the food processor, carrot, onion, celery, and garlic, because I had to leave home abruptly and go work up north. So I didn't want all that stuff to go bad. So I just like cooked it in butter. So now we have a soup base always ready to go from the freezer. Should we open our cider? I think so. And then we just have the parsley and the basil left for garnishes. I will write that down because we can prep that while we are sauteing some stuff. You can't pass up the fresh basil. Gonna go for a walk with the doc. Oh yeah, don't say the word sorry. Have a good walk. Yeah, you only say, you spell it out. W-A-L-K with the dog. I know this trick. Don't even look at the leash. You're done for. I'm grabbing some olive oil. I almost forgot to get our soup started. I think that's it, guys. We made it. Bay leaf is for sure underrated. And I always say how amazing it is if you can get fresh bay leaf in your life. It grows on a massive bush. Way different flavor than the dried. Okay, we'll need our little pot. Not really a little pot. Not a little pot at all. I think this is gonna be a big pot of soup. Get my chicken stock. Yeah, I wish you could grow it. We had a massive bush. Like, it was probably twice as tall as me at the restaurant that I worked at on the island. Loved going out to pick from it. Fresh bay leaf flavor in the stock for our polenta fries. Yeah, we went all out. I want to like back this up because it looks really good. So there's all of our prep. I just have it all sitting beside so that it's easy to grab and add into the pot. Do we need to go higher up? I raised you up a bit earlier already so we can see in the pot. Let's do medium heat. So we're actually going to start with the meatballs. It says we're going to fry those first. We don't have to cook them all the way through. Just get them seared and colored on the outside. So we can just put them back onto this same plate once they get browned. But let's for sure put a little bit of fat in here to get them started. And then I think they'll start releasing their own fat and it won't stick. Your sister has one. Oh, it's so good. You can grow it inside. For sure, Luna. I always say that. Almost every day on stream, especially when I'm like actually frying stuff. Always be careful around hot oil and hot sugar. I'm just gonna use a fork to flip these little meatballs over as we're going along here. We can get our spoon out for the soup. Open up our stock. I have Corona on my stove. Not coronavirus, though. She's got that Corona. It always makes me want to go to Mexico because that's where my roommate got it from. Someone was selling them on the beach. I was just rinsing the cheese grater out while I'm waiting for this to heat up so it doesn't get all stuck on. FCB, good to see you. How's your week going? You always get nervous when you see people with the turkey fryers. Yeah, I've seen enough horror videos on YouTube of what goes wrong when you put a frozen turkey into the deep fryer. That's always kind of the threat in a kitchen, when your managers or anyone is like making you upset. It's like, don't make me throw ice in the deep fryer. I'll shut this whole place down right now. Please don't do that. You've been busy lately? I feel the same. I'm slowly getting into my groove though. Like this last week was my 4th week cooking for my clients. I said, wow, I can't believe a month has already gone by. Thank you for gifting the sub to Luna. I think she needed that. She's hurting. She's hurting a bit. Thank you very much, FCB. Another person, part of our kitchen crew. That was me like the last 2 weeks, Annie. I honestly thought something was wrong with me. I had 0 energy, could not stop yawning, and then somehow I turned a new leaf this week. Okay, I'm gonna start dropping our meatballs in because I could smell the olive oil. It's usually a sign that it's ready to go. Don't overcrowd the pot. Make it easy to flip them over still. This is the beginning of the zuppa. We'll do 2 rounds of frying the meatballs up. Drop it like it's hot. Snoop was actually just here, I think last Friday he played at the arena. I would have went to that. Good old Snoop, doggy dog. The sizzle, it's quite a nice sizzle. And these should brown up pretty good because of the cheese in there too. Cheese and garlic. I can definitely say it smells fantastic already. Smell the basil, garlic so far. Kind of porky. You've never seen Snoop live. I don't think I have either. I'm trying to think of the one time I went to Coachella, which was 10 years ago. Aged myself there. Still the best lineup I've ever seen though, but I don't think he popped out on stage. Okay, and then obviously if you can't flip the meatballs, they're not ready yet. They're not ready yet. Such an oldie, right? I'm pretty sure that was one of the last times I went to a live music show. Because ever since then, I just found they were too expensive to afford and then go to actually enjoy. It's like, I'll just listen to it at home on my good audio system instead. Are we frying them in butter? No, just some olive oil. I thought the olive oil would be yummy to kind of start the soup with after they're all cooked. Your first concert was in 1981. I'm not even gonna say anything. That's so cute, Annie. I like that you still remember that too. Okay, we're getting a bit aggressive here. Take it easy. Sometimes we have to guide it to flip. That's why I often use a fork, so it's easy to kind of just scoop underneath it rather than a spoon. And so we're only browning these. I'm just gonna flip them once. They said don't worry if it's not cooked through. No, that one's not ready. I'm also gonna switch this because sometimes my stovetop has uneven heat. Ouch! See, it's already getting dark on those other ones. We could thank the cheese for that. Don't let it get too dark either. Like, yes, it's flavor, but there is a limit. That one almost got too dark. I'm gonna turn this down now. The oil's hot, everyone. We made it. Just don't burn it. Don't burn the balls. Wise words from Kate. That could apply to multiple things in life. Pantera, deadly. My brother would love to go see that. Yeah, my brother was like huge into metal and rock growing up, and he is a guitarist. Amount of the times that I've heard those songs being played over and over, for sure I know them all. It's actually awesome. I do really like that music now. More like Black Sabbath and Metallica and anything Aussie. I'm not huge into Pantera. He went by Snip Dogg. He was horrible but knew every lyric. Okay, I like that though, Torino. That's like the time that I went to go see the Beatles cover band play, where they would play their original shows in the UK, but they were absolutely phenomenal. Hey, some of these are like already good almost. Start scooping them back out. I guess we could just stab them with the fork. So just brown the two sides and that's good, guys. You don't have to go more than that. Oh yeah, they're releasing their own fat into there too. I think I've even seen like meatballs about half this size in Italian wedding soup. Like some people really make them small, but imagine how much time that would take to prepare. They definitely shrink as they cook as well. Think about how amazing this is gonna smell when we deglaze it. Okay, do our second load up so that the oil doesn't get over hot. Two hands, people, if you have them. Oh no! I got one more that I need to sneak in. Nice. Put it over there. Nice, Annie. Dough is mixing. That's the best feeling. You saw Marilyn Manson? Okay, that's amazing, FCB. Your first show was Simon and Garfunkel? What? I did see someone that I follow online lives in the UK, and she posted like a top-down photo of Glastonbury that's going on this weekend. That is like the biggest music festival ever. Why are we doing this today? I guess I'll plug in the camera, guys, because this flashing really bugs me. Risk it for the biscuit. Best concert you've been to was Fear Factory. Well, yeah, we all like different things, right? Okay, we're going straight plugged in here. No excuses. Now it shouldn't cut out. Slow fry. Nice. It's already ready to flip. Take it easy. Oh, you guys just had me singing all the songs. And we haven't burnt any of the fond yet, which is really important. It's just brown, not black, because then that would make it taste bitter. I'll give you guys, I'll let you guess what type of vehicle that was that just drove by. There's really one answer. Some of you may know it. I do have a really good little watching stoop from the kitchen. It was the police. No, it was a Honda Civic, silly, with the fart can on it. Now you have Lowride stuck in your head. It's a great Friday song. You saw Bare Naked Ladies? I would so want to see them play, but like back then, like you said, before they were like big. Okay, so we'll take this stuff out. Then we'll add, let's get ready to add our mirepoix into there. This might be a little bit of a fatty soup here. We'll see what happens. Might have to do some skimming. But that is going to be some very tasty fat that we skim off. The B-52s. Yeah, I think like older music shows were probably much better than what they are now. Although with all the tech that they have access to now, they can make some pretty deadly shows. With the lights and the pyrotechnics. Even the audio quality now, right? Check the first one we flipped. Okay. It's already getting brown. Start scooping them out. That's quick. I think we can thank the cheese for the quick frying here. Always thank the cheese. Hello, it's running away. It's trying to cause problems. Okay. This stuff's a little wet, so let's see how much it splashes. It's supposed to be like a whole onion, bunch of carrot and celery and garlic, so I'll do some good scoops of this stuff in here. And then because it's already cooked, we really just have to get it rewarmed and then bring the rest of this soup together. It also will still add the nice color. Like it might make the broth a little bit more orange. Let's see. Wow, the smell already. And the carrot also adds some nice sweetness always to this soup base. Let's bring in the fond up. And then we'll put the herbs in with this, just to get some extra flavor out before we put the broth in. Mirepoix skills. Whew. It's the easiest mirepoix I've ever prepared. Yum. You can smell the fresh thyme, the oregano. Let that go for a moment because we cooled it off a bit. Cleanup is done. Good work, Annie. Now you're free. What are you having for dinner tonight? I don't know if you said yet. Just this one chunker in the middle here. That looks so dark. All right, I'm gonna add the chicken stock. Nice and gelatinous, and then we'll top it off maybe with a little water. Oh, these look so gross, but you know how good it tastes. We'll scoop out all that fat, and then like I said, we'll probably just skim it off once everything comes up. So now we're gonna marry these flavors together for a bit, because this is a wedding, before we add the kale, the meatballs, and the pasta. So it says those will only take about 10 minutes to cook to finish. Flowers down in the basement too? Deadly. That's a long trek. It's because you can't like fit it anywhere in your kitchen. Turn that up a little bit to get it simmering. Just grab another container for the water. So I was just under a liter. And then we also gotta think, like the pasta's gonna soak up a lot of liquid when it cooks, right? You're gonna marry the bacon? Hi, Titan. Yeah. We're having a wedding today, and it's Italian. What did they say? Guys, I forgot to put a thing in. I forgot to deglaze with the wine. I don't think it's too late now if we put a bit. I always forget the wine because I just don't drink anymore. Okay, we're still gonna put a bit, and then where's the stock amount? Oh, it says 8 cups of water. Okay, so there's 4 cups in 1 liter. So we need another liter then. Do you have fluorescent lights? What a random question, Mish. I love it. Because as this simmers out and comes together, the wine will cook off. Titan, how's the garden going, my guy? Okay. The flower. Oh, the fluorescent lights. That's for sure an Annie command. I'm actually really proud of you, Mish. That was very clever. Okay, here's what we're putting in. Can it focus? 5.5% alcohol. Maverick Estate Winery in Oliver, BC. It says, we are Mavericks, uncompromising in our pursuit of making excellent cider. It's located in the southernmost part of British Columbia's Okanagan Valley. Like, it's seriously like 20 minutes from the border is where we go. We're committed to sustainable and natural practices that are expressed in our exceptional products. Handcrafted and bottled on our farm, Golden Mile slopes. I like their little, like, logo. The little dude. And yeah, it's a blush. Might make you blush. Knowing me, it probably will. One drink and my cheeks are red. I don't know if it's gonna be sparkling or not. We shall find out. I was like, do I have a cup there? No. Okay, so the rule is when you use alcohol in cooking, you should also be able to drink it. Oh, look at that, guys. It is sparkling cider. Am I pouring a big glass? Yeah, I am. Cheers, my wonderful friends. Thanks for being here. It smells good. It tastes like sparkling juice. That's dangerous. Okay, we need half a cup into the soup. It seriously tastes like juice. Yeah. One glass for the pot, one for me. And I'm always careful as I pour it so it doesn't fizz up too much. I'm dripping it everywhere. I've never been a bartender. Please don't judge me. Yummo. That should cut through some of the fat in the soup. You know what will make this come up quicker is if we put the lid on. So let's do that. But we can already see the steam rising. I know the deal, even though I don't really drink anymore. But every now and then, it's just nice to have. Some of them force them into drinking, really? Wow. That is delicious. Really good. So like I said, the one kind of unique thing about that cidery is that they make their cider and then ferment it in the wine barrels. And like all of these places that you go straight to the winery, you can try all of this before you buy it. Like it's just a couple sips. And yeah, if you know someone local, then you don't have to pay for the tasting, which was really cool. Yeah, see how long it takes for me to go blush? It's not gonna be long. Some of Julia's recipes are weirdly worded, really? And Magically Mira, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, twist my arm, right? Oh, I gotta pour a drink. She and her proofreader were sloshed. Now I want to go... well, it's not going to sound like that in the book. Is it? Like in the cookbook you're saying, Mish? I'm thinking while we're waiting for this to come up, we might start prepping the pie crust for ourselves. Really? Now I want to go to the storage locker and grab my book, just so we can read some of the recipes together. Okay, first, I'm gonna see the strawberry rhubarb pie recipe and how much fruit we need for the filling, because then that will judge how much pie crust I'm gonna make, because we're making small individual pies for this. Okay, so she just uses one crust recipe for it. 3 cups of fresh rhubarb and 2.5 cups of chopped strawberries. I'm probably gonna be able to double that, actually. So we're gonna do a double recipe of the pie crust. So it's always better to have extra than not enough. I gotta bring 1 to my bro, so I'm thinking of making like 4 small pies. 1 to my bro and Louise, 1 for me, 1 for Sam, and then I was thinking maybe 1 for the freezer to have. So it's not always strawberry rhubarb season. Just gonna grab my little tins out to show you guys. I was thinking that I didn't have any tins, but now I see that I stocked up last time I was at the store. Good job, Kate. Good job. Now I'm future Kate is thinking past Kate. So I think these are 6-inch? 6-inch little tins? Maybe actually 4-inch. They're smaller than my usual ones. So that's how big they'll be. Sometimes I just pick the whole pie up out of these and eat it with my hands if you make it right. Your rhubarb's done so well this year. Yeah, I mean, is this bubbling now? Almost. The bush at my brother's place, like I was saying last weekend when we harvested it together, I was the one that put the gloves on because I know that the leaves are poisonous. So I had to like clear the area of all the leaves because it's probably like, it would fit in this almost whole area of the kitchen. It's that big. Just so that he could reach in and like pull some of the stalks out. You just planted yours last year? And like it grows everywhere. Like I could have harvested it back in the alley here, but I felt like probably not the best area where cars drive by all the time and stuff. Astra helped us while we were harvesting. Yeah, this is about to come up. Look at the nice color. The yellow color from the carrot in the stalk. And then obviously we'll taste this once it comes all together because there's gonna be some salt from the meatballs to season that. And yeah, they basically take care of themselves. The only thing you have to do is he usually cuts off the flower blossom, so it doesn't always go to seed, and that will keep the stalks more tender. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen online people that force their rhubarb in the spring. Is all you have to do is put like a garbage pail if your bush is really big, or just a big bucket like 20 liter, put it over the plant, and then as it grows it'll go straight up, and that's what makes the stalks like really, really soft and tender. Valk, how are you doing? I meant to message you this morning and ask you if there was a specific date you'd like your Wellington. Yeah, Borage. Okay, we're really rolling now. We can turn this down. We're up, guys. We are up. Ooh, baby. I always harvested borage flowers at the same restaurant on the island where we had our bay leaf bush. I was like the one that took care of the garden. It was just a nice way for me to sometimes get out of the kitchen, honestly, and just go be outside with the plants. Val's getting a Wellington. She might have messaged me asking to make an entire tenderloin for her and her family to enjoy as a nice meal together. Oh, and the drinks. Nice. You put borage flowers. We would garnish. This is what we would make. We did, I don't know if you know what hakurei turnips are, the little white turnips, Japanese style. So we do a little slice of that as like a cracker, think. And then we would do fresh albacore tuna tartare from the fishermen off the dock on top of that. And then garnish it with a borage flower. It looked so beautiful. Very fancy place, and I actually just seen they won the award this year again for Best Contemporary Restaurant. I learned a lot there. Your niece likes beef Wellington and she's a picky eater. You can't go wrong with it, can you? Even salmon Wellington is so delicious too. I've even done halibut before with a chanterelle mushroom cream for Zach. And he still talks about it to this day. Yeah, something about just wrapping stuff in puff pastry. And usually the things that grow together go together was always a rule on the island, right? So you take some stuff from the forest, you take some stuff from the sea, and somehow it always tastes really good together. Okay, I want to try this broth, see where we're at. Because all the veggies are kind of shredded like this, it's not going to take as long to get the flavor out of them. That's why I said this isn't going to be a 3-hour soup. It tastes pretty good already. It definitely needs some seasoning and salt, but like I said, not until we have everything together. Which I think we're actually gonna do. What do we think? Put the meatballs in first so it can come back up to a simmer, and then do the pasta? That's what I'm thinking. I also don't want to spill this as we put them in, so be careful. Kind of go close to this side so they can just roll down into the pot instead of splashing. And scrape all the goodness off. If it's still simmering, I'll be happy. We can add our pasta. And it says 10-minute timer. That's easy enough. Maybe we'll do a 7-minute timer so that we can put the kale in for the last 3 minutes just to cook and soften up. You still wish you would have ordered the beef Wellington when you went to Hell's Kitchen? How expensive was it? So I think Sam's friend was just there a bit ago and he was sending him photos because when they lived together before we started dating, they watched like all of the Hell's Kitchen episodes together. Also, let's turn this back up to medium just because we are cooking stuff now, right? So you can see clearly it totally cooled it off. And then I'm also seeing this kind of scary oil slick. I might just grab a little ladle and skim some of that off as we're waiting. Because we don't want to have a volcanic reaction here and explode everything everywhere. Luna already taught us about what happens with hot oil. Ramsey just going off on customers. I mean, that would be me. If we ever had an actual restaurant. It's like you're either gonna trust the chef to do their job, or you can go somewhere else. This is gonna be the most flavorful fat ever. I wonder if it stays liquefied if we can use it for like a salad dressing or something. Also be really good to toss for veggies to roast. Okay, it's coming back up to a simmer. I think we're clear to add the pasta. Also trying to not scoop out too much of the herbs that we put into the broth. Stay. All right, ditalini pasta going in. Seven minutes on the clock. I'm gonna do a little bit more skimming now. And then we are going to chop the parsley and the fresh basil for the garnish. And we're there, guys. We made it. Didn't get too hot. That looks like a good oil slick to keep. I'm gonna give it one more stir. The little noodle got stuck in my spoon. How dare. Yeah, I didn't get into Hell's Kitchen too much either because I didn't watch a ton of cable TV after I moved away from home. Okay, so you go through the waiters, not him. It's true though, right? There's a reason they're there. The herbages. Whew, see, good thing we're using this basil. It's starting to see better days. I picked through it earlier this week to try and salvage it. That one looks okay still. This basil is like 2 weeks old from the farmer's market still. Usually the basil from the store goes bad in like 2 days. Okay, we might only get those 2 leaves. Nope, this one's good. Sometimes I just can't use it all, what they give us. And you know what? That's okay. We can strive for perfection. Sometimes we don't always get there. Torino, you're my favorite. I could totally see you doing that too. Even this parsley, I'm glad we're using it all up today. I'm getting some fresh mint tomorrow at the farmer's market, hopefully, for our vermicelli bowl. Thought that would be so good. Asking for A1 steak sauce. And like a lot of those restaurants don't even carry that stuff. Just get asked to leave. I don't want the pasta to stick to the bottom of the pot back there. Okay, let's pick our parsley. That's okay. Those restaurants usually have ketchup anyways. Plus, at the Keg, they cook their steaks with a freaking computer. So I don't even consider that a restaurant. Put the steak on the grill now. Flip the steak over. Take the steak off of the grill. Okay. I'm pretty sure I could have done that myself. On the Barbie, yeah, imagine the little text system says, put the steak on the Barbie now. And that's why I've never worked anywhere like that. Because it doesn't really take skill when you have a computer telling you what to do. I guess that's the part of the food industry that anyone can do. Unfortunately, you don't need an education. Okay, basil we always have to be a little bit more gentle with. This massive leaf I'm just gonna cut in half. And then stack it, and maybe we'll do a nice, what we call chiffonade. So usually I make the basil blunt. It's been a minute since we made the basil blunt. Just roll it up, it makes it easier to cut. And we just do thin slices through that way. And that's called chiffonade. Just a fancy French name. Done. Garnish. Completed. And that way you don't really bruise it. You also need quite a sharp knife to be able to cut these fine herbs without just kind of pressing on them and mushing them up. And I always just gather the parsley together and then cut through like this to chop it up. Goes quicker that way. It doesn't hurt the parsley, don't worry. Really, Torino? That's amazing. One of your son's friends graduated yesterday, got a full scholarship to the local community college culinary department. I hope it's everything he wanted. I always say that's some of the funnest times in my life, going to culinary school. Man, free food, just like getting that out of it. I guess it's not really free food because I paid tuition. But for him it will be. All of the tasting classes. You get to eat everything you make. It's so fun. Really? Hey, sometimes we just need an outlet where we can focus our energy. Cooking is a great one. It really has to, like, you have to keep your attention on it, right? Okay, let's check our soup. That was our timer going off. Let's see if our pasta is cooked. And we should be able to add the kale. Can I scoop this out to try it? Yeah. It's like just al dente, so let's add our kale. Or if you could find escarole, add that now. We are pretty much there. Gonna grab a little container for our herbs. Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes too, is getting away from home. That's exciting. I'm always proud of kids when they do that. Because I know, like, how scary it can be. It's always scary after high school, especially if you don't really know what you want to do. That's some good smelling grass right there. Fresh chopped. But I will say the flat leaf parsley is much better than the curly parsley. And then yeah, usually I'll always mix the basil with the parsley because basil likes to oxidize quicker. And if you mix it with the parsley, that little bit of chlorophyll is going to stop it from oxidizing and keep everything nice and green. That's a little trick for chefs that we do with our fresh chopped herbs so that they last like the 4 to 6 hours as we're cooking service for dinner. And they don't wilt. And now we've stained our entire cutting board green. Nice. Not the entire thing. Just a small area. Let's try and get some of that out. Some soapy water on this cloth. I think this soup's gonna be really delicious, guys. We're just gonna have to try the broth and season it before we can eat. Oh, for sure, Reno. For sure. Yeah, both Indigenous and the Inuit. I totally felt that working with them in Nunavut. They're my favorite humans ever, though. It looks nice now that we got some extra color in here. Ah! Just scream. Hello, Floating Cozy. Welcome in, Revy, Practical Porsche. How was your stream? What did you get up to? We are just finishing up our Italian wedding soup. It came together pretty quickly. It looks yummy. I'm just gonna taste the broth and see what kind of seasonings we have to add before we get to eat some. Thanks for doing the shout out, whoever did that. Guys, what did they get up to today? You've always wanted to raid me? Oh, thank you, friend. That means a lot. I love our internet humans. Twitch always brings us together. If anyone doesn't know who I am, I'm Kate. Hi, welcome to my kitchen. I've been cooking on Twitch since 2018. I am a professionally trained chef. I've gone to culinary school and we usually cook 3 days a week. Sometimes I do other stuff on stream, but every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I'm live. You were crocheting a polar bear? Cute. Is it gonna be like just a little guy or pretty big? Mmm. Okay, now that we added the meatballs and stuff, it actually tastes so good. We don't need nearly as much seasoning as I thought we needed before. Let's do a little bit of pepper. And we'll do a couple of sprinkles of salt and we are a-okay. Also, don't let me forget to take the cheese out of the fridge for our garnish too. Can't forget that one. And yeah, this is the first time I've actually made this soup at home. I'll always share the recipes with my community, both in chat as well as on our Discord channel. Got lots and lots of them stacked up over the years. And I do try to eat like relatively healthy, I would say. Pretty balanced meals is what we make. Okay, one more taste. Let's see. This is gonna be the third tasting. Cheese? Mish. Life size? Yes, imagine. Just a little smallish one. Cute. Do you already have someone that you know you're gonna give the polar bear to? Oh. You've only ever had canned Italian wedding limping lemons? Hi. Yeah, Annie remembers you. I don't even think I've ever had canned Italian wedding. I think I had it once at my friend's house. Her mom was a really good cook. She was Italian. She'd always make us amazing foods. Okay, that tastes pretty dang good. The cheese is gonna be a little salty too, so always keep that in mind if you're gonna garnish with cheese, especially a hard cheese like Asiago or Parmesan. Don't go crazy with the seasoning, right? Gotta put this herbs back while we're doing this too, so they stay fresh. Maybe like one more small pinch of salt, and that's it. Because we don't want the pasta to taste bland either. And yeah, I had to do a little bit of driving to go find this pasta today, but oh, I think it's gonna be worth it. I didn't want to not use the ditalini. I think it'll look fantastic. What do we think? In this bowl? Some color contrast, or maybe a white bowl. I could also just do both to see the difference. I'm gonna set up my camera over here so I can take just a little plating video for Instagram and YouTube. Is this one of my favorite soups? I don't know, actually. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever made it. Oh, you're finally an affiliate? I do remember your name, but we have so many people that pop in and out. So I do apologize if I don't know much more than that. You like the dark one? Okay. Okay, let's come over here. The dark one's also the biggest bowl I have, so we can really load it up. Oh, floatstone! Okay, this all comes back now, see? Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, because now it actually is all coming back. See, you never know until you know. Okay, camera is gone. No more stove cam, guys. That's it. Don't even ask. And then after we taste this and have some bites, we'll make some pie crust and we're gonna marinate our chicken for tomorrow's stream. Because lemongrass chicken should always sit overnight. I've actually always wanted to get into crocheting, so that's really cool. Maybe that's something I'll do in the later months of this year. I think we should also take a peek of the soup under this camera together first. Sometimes it looks a little bit different. Nice, this little fat slick that it's building up. Look at that. I'm gonna grab a ladle. Much excite. Annie, don't keep it in the fridge too long or you'll have limping lemongrass. She's gonna get you. You like cozy things, figured cozy sounded better, and you didn't know how to brand stone. That is fair. I've also been thinking of changing my Twitch name and other socials because I don't always cook anymore. Like, we play Lego, we do IRL stuff. I'm gonna start sewing as well. So it's always good to make a change. Nothing wrong with that at all. Give this a little stir-y so we can see the pasta and the meatballs together before I scoop it. Whoa. And yeah, don't forget the bay leaf. Usually if I'm serving it to other people, I'll actually leave the bay leaf in. And if it sneaks into their bowl, like, I always consider that, like, lucky. If you find the bay leaf. And then at the same time, that usually means that it's homemade, right? Because you're not gonna get a bay leaf in a can of soup. At least I never have. You're gonna remember the bay leaf luck. I've had people straight up, like, come up to me like, why did you leave the bay leaf in this soup? I was like, didn't you know that's good luck? And they had nothing to say to me after that. Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna do a little switcheroo here. Push this up to the corner. Yeah, I really wanted the username Cookin' Mama for 20. Oh my goodness. I don't want my trivet to sneak off of the board. Maybe you can come a bit closer. Okay. I have it set up for my video over here too. Let's do this. Yum. And we even made the meatballs ourselves for this too. It was a mix of Italian sausage as well as some ground pork, so the meatballs aren't too heavy. Me oh my. The only thing that I couldn't find fancy for this was the escarole. So we just switched it out for some Tuscan kale instead. And I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I like when the, like, ingredients are peeking out of the broth like this. But usually I leave it like that. And then it also builds height, which looks really nice. That's something we're taught in culinary school. So I'm thinking if we put the herbs on sprinkled first, the heat from the broth will bring more of the flavor out. So we're gonna do some basil and parsley. They didn't even call for basil for garnish, but I thought it's Italian soup. Like, we kind of need the basil. If you have it, put it. If not, don't worry about it. Kimmer says, yum. You know what bay leaf is really good with? What is it, Annie? And then usually I just pile the cheese right in the middle. That was so much cheese. But really it just looks like a lot because we shredded it so fine. It's gonna melt it and be nothing. Bay leaf is good with Irish cream. Okay, I'm gonna raise this up because the light was kind of making it look weird. Whoa. It's like deflecting the light. The cheese is deflecting the light. We'll show this camera. Always for the gram. The pile of meatballs on the side. Okay, done with that. I'm gonna take this big pot out. It's making a shadow. We get to each get. Not enough cheese, we need more. And then there's also cheese in the meatballs, the same one. We're cheesing it up. Haven't heard of bay leaf Irish cream? That one is a first for me, I will say. Okay. Get this all nestled in here. The smell of it now. Okay, I'm gonna go for like a big bite with the noodles first. And then we'll go meatball after. Look at how nice that turned out. I love the color of the broth. Just like simple mirepoix. I dripped it on my hand. Carrot, onion, celery, garlic. Oh, Bailey's. I get it. You guys are being crazy with your jokes today. I hate making you guys have to explain it. I'm having one more bite. Because all I really got in that one was some kale. And yeah, it's rockin' hot, the broth, so I don't want to burn my mouth. The bird is the word? Don't even get me started. Hi, Scoots. Oh yeah, we did learn a little bit of history today on Italian wedding soup. It was kind of silly. It's because what? We marry the meat together with the broth, they said? It made us giggle. Yup. It's just like buttery. The broth tasting. I like the little bite from the kale, but you don't really know that you're eating a green. It just tastes like the rest of the soup. So even if you're weird about kale, put that in the soup. It's good for you. No one's gonna know. Guys, I got lucky. See, I didn't even try. Good luck for me too. I put 2 bay leaves. We took one out as we were scooping and one still snuck in. Hilarious. And yeah, the meatballs in Italian wedding soup are really nice and small so that it's not weird to eat with a spoon, right? Get a little bit of everything in each bite is the rule that I usually have. I'll just take the meatballs. That is so good, guys. And there is a little bit of spice from the chili flakes too. Scooter works crazy today. This soup is delicious. All of you guys need to make it. I think it's also a good soup to make in the summer. So it's not super heavy. It's not a super heavy soup. How about this, Alti? We're gonna bring this full circle because there's also wine in the Italian wedding soup, but I actually ended up having this bottle of sparkling cider to use up, so we poured some of that. So there's half a cup of that in the soup broth, and then obviously you have to taste some of it. Whoa. Just cleanses the palate. That's delicious. Yeah, this is chilled. This has been chilled in the fridge. I put it in this morning before I went grocery shopping, so it had a lot of time. Okay, these meatballs though. Basil flavored Italian sausage mixed with ground pork. There's Parmesan in there, fresh garlic, egg, cream, chili flakes. So good. The green is called Tuscan kale. Want me to show you guys the leaf just in case you want to try and find it where you live? I can usually only find this in the organic section, but that's okay. It's good for you. This is what it looks like. It's like a fancier version of kale, and then these we're gonna use on Sunday fresh in a salad, not cooked. I'll show you how to massage them up so they're not too tough and crunchy. It's also sometimes called dinosaur kale, is the other fun name. Wait, Limping Lemon said it. There you go. So yeah, some people call it dinosaur kale, but usually in the store it's called Tuscan kale. Probably Whole Foods will have it. I want some more of just the pasta with the greens and broth. Because you gotta think, cooking the pasta right in the soup, it soaked up all the flavors as well. Gotta tell her about your interview. Wait, you didn't even tell us, did you? Did I miss it? Mm-hmm. I'm for sure packing up a liter of this in the fridge for Samo. He's gonna go nuts for it. Holy shnikey, I know your face. Where have you been all my life / year? Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you, my dude. I can't stop eating it, guys. And it's not super hot out today either, so it's a good soup day for me. It's the coolest day of the weekend, let's just say that. You've been in the shadow world lurking? You know I love my lurkers. Have you heard me ask about you the couple times? The days that I say I should message Vune and see if he's still alive. It is nice every now and then when you guys surface from the shadow world like limping lemons. Guys, makes me so happy. I don't even think he told me that. Sam's usually not a good person to message. He'll usually just read it and then not say anything. It's okay, you're here now. Okay, a couple more bites, and then we'll make our pie dough and marinate our chicken. Both of those shouldn't take too long, and then we're well set up for tomorrow. Like, I really like to make the pie crust, well, especially from scratch, but always the day before I plan to use it. That way you don't have to stress about, like, chilling it in the fridge before you roll it out. It's just basically ready to go. Just make your pie filling the next day, and then you can roll out your crust and bake everything. For sure. We should catch up. Life has, like, been so different. Okay, one more meatball. I think everyone would kill for this soup. I wish I could feed you all. Welcome to my soup kitchen. Line up. I'm really, really happy. Moldfish, how's your day? Your meals have been boring? Why? Are you eating healthy? But I hate how we say that, right? It's like, oh, it's boring because you're eating healthy. Healthy food doesn't have to be boring. Why do we always assume that? Okay, that's shut down. We got our video for Instagram. Just gonna wash my hands up. Yes, that was my sink. My sink faucet is squeaky when I move it from one side to the other. Hello, Rusty, as well. Do we literally have the whole crew together right now? I am in shock. I can't keep up. This is the spot to be. Okay, I'm gonna turn this light down a little bit too. There we go. I'm not blinded anymore. Okay, one more little sip of cider because this was very cooling feeling on the body. You meant, oh no, it's not healthy? Man, that is good. Okay, I'll show you guys this cider before we carry on, just in case anyone does some traveling and it is in Canada. But even so, this is really close to the state's border. That's what we put in the soup, and that's what I'm sipping on. Maverick Cider Co. It's not Nike. Nike's name is something different. I actually haven't been able to figure out who it is. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get out the bowl that I will typically make my pie crust in. And I will say why I always choose this one. Because you can see the shape of it, right? It's really nice and wide and shallow. So instead of like trying to dig into like a really deep big bowl and like mix everything, it's just really easy to like stand at the counter here and mix it up in a shallow bowl like this. So we'll get our flour. I think we need a little bit of salt. Flour, salt, and then we do our butter and shortening, and then really cold water. And like, what do we think, guys? How many times have I made this pie crust on stream? I don't even know. Also, excuse me, voucher approval for the chef. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Rusty. I know, I found actually some bobby pins, some booby pins in my little hair thing today. So I said, you know what? My hair is like nice and curly today. I don't think we're gonna put it in a pony. Just cooking for myself. Did I make it for the tomato pie? I don't know if I discovered this recipe for the tomato pie once upon a time. But you were the one who told me to make that, and my goodness, I still remember how good that was. Now, because I'm getting fresh tomatoes from the farmer's market tomorrow, now I kind of want to make the tomato pie, if there's any leftover crust. Because I got cheese, I got tomatoes. If no one's ever had tomato pie, you gotta try it. I'm loving this little discovery that we're doing in chat right now, trying to figure out all who's here. It is kind of one of my favorite things. It probably tastes better than it sounds. I was kind of wary about it because I am a tomato fiend. I was like, tomato pie, how could that be good, right? But wow, it is. Skoogog, you made a beet pie once. It was odd. But you still ate it though, right? Okay, so we need 5 cups of all-purpose flour. And I use organic flour. I find that my body digests it a lot better. It's a couple dollars more, but I'd rather have a happy belly. That's what I tell myself. And I'm doing a double recipe, so this will make like 4 big pie crusts. So top and bottom you get from it. Or you can do what I'm doing and use these smaller 4-inch tins. One, they're much quicker to bake in the oven. And 2, they're awesome to give away to people. Can I snooze the ad? Always. 2. 3. Thank you. 4. 5. Ads while prepping suck. I don't honestly know if the settings that I have set for my ads are actually what Twitch does anymore. unfortunately. I really don't know how to figure that out. Okay, so we start with our flour. Get a nice even surface. You heard that they changed the mandatory. Well, I had my own settings, like Sam and I went over it, just so it wasn't a mass amount of ads, because yeah, I'm not trying to make money off of the ads like everyone else is. We need 2 teaspoons of salt. Hi, Clem. How is your Friday going, Clem? Are you getting up to anything fun? I will measure out the salt and stuff when I'm baking, but usually when I'm cooking, I'll more eyeball it, because it doesn't matter quite as much. Okay, and now from here, I usually just grab a spatula. Instead of getting our hands messy, just mix in the salt. And then our next step is to cut up the butter and the shortening. Now I'm wondering if I even have enough of both of those things to do a double batch. I guess we'll find out here momentarily. Cooking feels very free compared to baking, for sure, right? Yeah, even after all the times I've done baking, I'll still measure it out for the most part. Okay, let me do some quick math here. Technology, man, to have a calculator on your wrist. Remember that time the teacher said that you'll never have a calculator in your pocket all the time? Now what? Now what are you gonna say? Yeah, that's what I said. Exactly. Okay, so 170 grams of butter. And that is also why I love this recipe, because you can weigh it out. So it's always gonna turn out the same. Because like measuring cups and measuring spoons, the sizes are sometimes different between the brands, so it's not always accurate if that's how you measure. You always thought that was weird in high school when you had a calculator in your pocket. Like, I distinctly remember my teacher saying that. Like, you better learn this stuff. You're not always gonna have a calculator in your pocket. And we all just kind of laughed, right? It's like, well, I already have the internet on my cell phone, so... Now you have it on your watch. Honestly, mostly what I use my watch for. A timer when I'm cooking and baking. That way it just vibrates when it's ready, because I can't really stand the beeping of when a timer goes off. As well as the calculator, and then just like measuring your workouts. That's really it. I guess the time too. Ugh. We didn't want that one. A sacrifice to the gods of the dishwasher. Okay, we'll tear it again. And we want grams. Streamers can run 3-minute ads. My goodness. I wish we could just choose to not run them at all, really. Okay, so if this is 454 grams, we need 170. Sometimes I get it right on. Let's see. That's also considered good. 157? That was pretty dang close. You can tell I've measured butter a couple times in life. Okay, to get it 169 on the second one. Pfft, get out of here, man. I actually do have those things when I leave the house at all times. do you want to beat me up? That's just the joy of living in the inner city, really. Okay, I already took the tender flake out. We're good. So this is what I use for lard. They say vegetable shortening, but I've always preferred the actual lard instead. It just tastes better. I find there's not as much water in there to affect the pie dough when you're bringing it together. Let's just take this out so we can reuse the container. Yeah, you heard her. Get out of here. Look at how nice and white that is. Twitch has increased the mandatory amount of ads per hour recently. I will have to check it out then. And see what's what. Okay, 260 grams of shortening. We just gotta clean our knife off from the butter. Don't want to cross-contaminate, even though they're both just fats. Lard and dough for tacos. Also a really good trick, yeah, with your masa. It helps keep them more, like, supple, right? They won't break as much when you fold them. This is pretty hard. I might actually have to use my chef knife. Because the trick for good pie dough is to have your fats, as cold as possible. Some people will even freeze their butter and then grate it with a box grater. I don't usually take the time to do that though. I'll just cube it up and then work it with my hands. Another quick trick I've seen is people use the food processor to like blitz up your fats as well. But I think you just have better control to keep it flakier if you do it by hand. Okay, we're almost there. I'm gonna flip this down so it's not as sketchy to cut. Trust me, I didn't even think about the lard that I needed in this crust. But thank goodness I always keep some in the freezer. That is one I did not check today. So go me. Let me just wrap that back up. And that way it won't go rancid on you. And it's also really cold for the pie crust. Because yeah, this should have been bad on June 13th of this year. How to make things last longer. Okay, now to keep all this from sticking on the wooden board, we will cut this over plastic. I hate trying to scrape it off of the board. And yes, it gets pretty fatty when you start doing this. Don't worry, it's gonna get even messier. So if you're weird about having stuff on your hands, maybe making pie crust is not for you. Maybe a way to get past your fear though, too. So we gotta think the smaller that we cut the fats, the easier it's gonna be to work it into the dough, especially when it's really cold. I try to cut it pretty small. The butter was not frozen either. Just the lard was. It's also smarter for me to make this today in the cooler weather compared to tomorrow. I think it's gonna be 5 or 6 degrees warmer, which will make things get softer quicker. Okay, now I'm just gonna move this over so I can cut it. Nice little chunks. Turn that, do the other ones. Gloves, goggles, hazmat suit, if you want to be a cook. I don't know if you have to go that far. It would be pretty hilarious, though. Like, you can just see the heat from my hand melting the butter already. Okay, scrape that up into the bowl. I hate wearing gloves. I've been forced to wear gloves so much cooking for other people that if I'm just making stuff for myself and my family, yeah, you won't catch me wearing gloves. No, thank you. Doing a lot of prep this week because it's only in the 70s. Nice. Yeah, I know when it gets into the 90s and 100s, that's like in the 30s and 40s for us Canadians and Europeans that use Celsius. Look at all these little pieces. What's this now? It's like 30 there. Yeah, it's only 21 today. I'm living. I love how white the lard is compared to butter. And so lard comes from pigs, whereas tallow comes from cows, if you guys wanted to know the difference. And the reason that they use lard over tallow for a lot of baking things is because it has a lighter flavor. Whereas beef fat is quite a strong flavor, especially depending on how you render it and where the fat came from. So that's why a lot of times pork fat is used instead. Yeah, very fragrant, right? It's almost got this like nutty sort of smell. This is hard to cut a bit. Just go slow and controlled. Sometimes I actually find using a serrated knife to rock back and forth like this goes better. But since we already got this greased up, we're committed. Just keep your digits out of the way. No curling of the fingers. There we go. Now we can do more slices. Now it'll be easy to cut, you see. Great song. People are definitely excited for the long weekend here today. I've seen everyone getting their campers ready this week to go out into the bush. Just gonna do a couple different stacks, offset. I think I'll just turn it this way, it's easier. Yeah, old McDonald's fries cooked in tallow. I was saying the one ice road maintenance camp that Sam and myself worked in, like, what was it, 2 winters ago, I guess now already? Crazy. That's what they used to fill the deep fryer, was just straight beef tallow. We were so happy. I was like, I never want to leave this place. Except then management was absolutely terrible. So then I was like, I really need to leave this place. Okay, that's good. I'm just gonna put this to the side because we're about to get messier, like I said. Don't worry about washing your hands yet. This shows you how much calories pie has, yes. But we would rather have lard and butter than the cheap seed oils and margarine that you'll get in the store-bought ones, right? It's pretty rare that you get an all butter crust or something like this if you're buying a store-bought pie crust. And it's not cheap either, too, right? To buy all the butter, because butter is not cheap anymore like it used to be. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm paying $5.50 per pound right now. And that's for like the cheapest butter that I can get. If I wanted to get more fancy, expensive butter, it's $8.50 a pound. Yeah, it metabolizes better. So now we got everything coated in the flour, and now I just really work it through my hands and see how it starts to flake the fat into smaller pieces. Irish butter is $1.89 for a quarter pound. Give me this. Yeah, the fancy grass-fed butter at Costco. I think the brand is Scotadakis. You guys know that yogurt brand? Is $8.50. Cheap version though. The expensive one is $2.20 for a quarter pound. It's so crazy. I'll never not buy butter though, no matter how much it costs. Because my hands are so warm, this is making this pretty easy. We can sometimes find Kerrygold, but same thing. It's like $8 a pound. That's nuts. $6.50 for a pound of good Irish butter? I think that's pretty fair. I would pay that. Because that's only $1 more than the generic brand. I'm with you on that too, Mish. I'll never not buy feta. Yeah, the restaurant supply stores are, like I said, Costco is where we usually go. What is there? Wholesale Club, Sam's Club. I don't really know any of the other ones. Okay, we're getting there. Some of the lard chunks are hard to work in, but that's okay. Restaurant Depot, thank you, Babam. Yeah, there was once upon a time when we had our big ass fridge at my brother's place that we bought an entire case of butter because it was just much cheaper than to buy the separate pounds. USA Chef Store is another, or called Cash and Carry by the locals. I have heard of that. At least the cash and carry term. Okay, we're doing good actually. So then after this, we'll pour our really cold water. I know they say ice water, but not everyone has an ice machine or ice maker. So just pour as cold of water as you can, and that works for me. I'm so excited for strawberry rhubarb pie. It's my fave. And then you could either... I think we'll do the fancy little lattice tomorrow since we already got a little bit ahead. We'll do a nice lattice on top. But I've also seen this pie done with just the crumble as well. A lot of the summer fruit pies are yummy with the crumble on top as something different. Because then it's like a pie and crumble all in one. Okay. This feels good. I don't think I gotta go any more fine than this because we're still gonna mix this up, right? I usually just rub my hands together to get the sticky bits. It's pretty warm here, so it is sticking a little more than usual. If this was winter time, this would all just come off. Quick little rinse up, and then we'll get the cold water running while I grab the measuring cup. And we'll need 240 mils of water. And usually I don't add it all at once. I think actually I typically will add more flour to this from times that I've made this in the past. I don't know why that is, but I've never actually scaled it out with a scale to see what the difference of weight is. But usually I find it a bit sticky if you don't add the extra flour. Other than that though, the recipe is perfect. So I will do a little sprinkle of that now before we get our hands wet again. I usually do about a quarter cup. You can just sprinkle it in like that. Everyone have a sip of water or a beverage if you have one. Guys, I don't think this cider made my... Oh, look at this cheek actually. See what I mean when I drink alcohol? Look at that weird spot. It did get me. Half a cup of cider and she's lit. Yeah, chug your water, people. It happens to you too. Like, that's often why I don't drink anymore. I just don't like that feeling. Why is it just on one cheek? What about the other side? $2.40. So basically, like, what, one cup almost of water. Okay. You forgot to have coffee today? You guys are gonna think I'm crazy when I say I actually don't remember the last time I had a coffee. So now we're back to using this spatula. Just gonna mix in that bit of flour and then make a nice even surface. To pour this. Ignore anyone who says it's too late for coffee. I would die if I made a coffee now. I would not sleep until tomorrow, I bet. I did have a matcha though yesterday, and that was delicious, but I totally felt that little bit of caffeine. It was like, whoa. Actually, I'll stop here just so it doesn't get too wet on top, and then we'll start mixing in the water. And the one thing about making a good flaky pie crust is you don't put too much water in the dough, as well as not overworking the gluten. That's really, I think, the only part I really love about making coffee is like the ritual of it and the smell and obviously the taste. But I don't like that sometimes it makes me anxious. Like, I think there's enough natural energy inside of me that I don't need that extra kick. It actually makes me like less productive because I just get overstimulated. Okay, so we mix some of that in. Let's do some more. Half a gallon of coffee, and it's not even like I drank a ton of coffee. Like one shot of espresso, max 2 per day. I'm telling you, Vune, they straight up, it doesn't matter if you put your own setting. Twitch just does whatever they want with the ads now. Good job, you're back with water. Proud of you guys. It's important, you know, we're only 98% water. A peach donut? Okay, you guys seriously have to stop talking about donuts. We were talking about donuts earlier too. And I said I regretted not getting a donut from the Italian bakery today when I got the pasta. I should have. Because they're like less than $2, pretty sure. Whereas most of their donut spots here, it's like either $3.50 or $4 for one donut. I can't. Okay, that's all of our water. Do a little bit more mixing with the spatula, but then we're gonna go in with our hands and start kneading it together. So some people have a pastry cutter, if you've ever seen that. I usually just use this little spatula because it's quite sharp. It's actually from the Vitamix, my blender, to cut in the moisture with the butter and flour, just so that we're not stretching and working the actual gluten. Nice. It's also called a flat peach. You know how good that would be with my cider right now? Because it kind of tastes peachy. So usually I just give this a press down first. And yeah, you should be able to see the little fat chunks in the dough. And we'll see how this is sticking together, and then usually I'll see kind of what dry bits are hanging out underneath, pull apart some of these more moistened bits from the water and get it to reabsorb. Like I said, we don't want to keep adding more and more water from what the recipe says, because then you're gonna have one of those rock hard pie crusts where you try to cut the pie on your plate and half of it goes flying across the table. That means that they put too much water in. We're probably trying to rush making the crust, right? Because this does take a bit of time. It just sent a visual. I'm pretty sure that's happened to most people. It's happened to me once or twice. Lauren, thank you for the lurk. Vune, I wish I could press on that link, but I got pie hands. It's happened to you. I hope you're having a good Friday, Lauren. Can you give Luna a hug for me, please? And thank you. Okay, see how it's getting more and more crumbly like this? And less of the dry, dusty bits? Now we can get more rough with it and start really bringing it together. It feels really moistened. And I'll just kind of keep flipping it over and pressing those dry bits in to absorb. But we're not stretching and folding really anything. We're just pressing. Press and flip. And yes, I'm on my tippy toes sometimes. It's not that I'm like short, like I'm 5'4", but I'm also not tall, right? And now, we have our pie dough come together, just like that. Sometimes I'll like tear it in half, do one more press rather than what they call kneading it. And I usually do form it into a log because we're gonna cut it into little rounds for rolling out tomorrow. So it just makes sense to have it in this round shape. Flatten the one end, just like smash it down in the bowl. Same with that. And that's about it, guys. I'm not gonna bring it together more than that until tomorrow. 5'4", that explains my bodybuilding past. Yeah, I could, like, I've always been able to put muscle on. I started out, like, my first sport was gymnastics. And honestly, ever since then, like, my upper body has been very strong compared to a lot of other women. You dislike apples? They're so boring. Whoa. What's going on out here? The trucks are racing today. Yeah, are we getting some good strength athletes? We're kind of built for it. Just our climate and how a lot of us live. It makes sense. Okay, bench scraper time. I think I'm gonna get the metal one instead of the plastic. Really cut it. And like, if we think about how big this is, if I hold this up, it's like almost as big as the pie tin. The other thing I'm gonna grab while we're doing this is our plastic wrap. I just individually wrap these. And that way, if there's extra tomorrow that we didn't roll out, we just pop them in the freezer. They're already good to go. So usually I make a little wrapping station beside here and just wrap as we cut. Sonderborg. That sounds like a little robot. That was kind of a bad cut. I'll see if the next one is a little bit more even. But even just you guys looking at that, like you can see little butter chunks and stuff. And so we just reshape it a bit. And then usually I just flip over the plastic, give it a press to even it out. Tuck in those edges if they cracked a bit, and that will happen, the cracking, because we haven't let this pie crust rest at all. So that's why you never roll it out right away. And then we have our perfect little mini rounds. And those will all just go in the fridge until tomorrow. Maxime Boudreau, Sam Beliveau, and JF Karen, those are all like, I think they're from Quebec. Those all sound like French names. Okay, those are the layers I wanted to show that we are building up. So dang good. Germany, Denmark tomorrow for the Euro. It's getting crazy. View, you're only 90K from each other. That was like Greek today. Greek is property shopping right now in the province. And he's looking at a house by where I grew up, which is like only 30 minutes from here. I was like, dude, we gotta meet up, but he's too busy. I said, that's okay. I understand. Get your hooligan gear on. Please do, Mish. Just for me. Proper wasted. Looking for houses now is a whirlwind. Tell me about it. Like, my parents have been trying to sell their condo on the island, and I'm pretty sure they're getting into their 6th month here. Like, a lot of showings. Like, probably close to 50 now or more. No one's biting the bullet. Everyone's so wary about what's gonna happen, right? It's hard to spend that type of money. You haven't watched a single soccer game? I'm bad like that too. Like, I grew up playing soccer from 16 years of my life, but I've never really enjoyed watching it. I'd much rather just play. Okay, we made a shit ton of pie crust. This is actually so exciting. That means maybe some of these will go in the freezer. And I mean, we might not come home, or we definitely won't come home from the Okanagan with peaches since they have 0 crop this year. But maybe we'll come home and make a cherry pie from fresh cherries. I'll have to get a pitter because I think my last one broke. Hi, Bob. Hope Bob had a good week. Okay, after this, really easy, our chicken marinating. Just gonna put our chicken into a plastic bag. Add all of the marinade ingredients to it. And call it a day. Massage it up and into the fridge, and we are all ready for tomorrow's stream. It's gonna be a hot one. Should be able to get 3 more out of this. I will have a sip of water after this. Thank you. What the heck is that? It was like something blue or green. I don't even know. Buggies. If it was that, I would have left it in. Oh my god. Yeah, just a little extra protein. It's trending, okay? Ew. Imagine a beetle. I think the only bug I've ever eaten was a cricket. I wasn't the crazy person in Thailand when I was there that ate the like deep fried tarantulas and cockroaches. I could never. Like, there's a limit. There's for sure a limit. I stuck within it. Wow, that's so beautiful. Best pie crust I've ever made. Oh, flip it over. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do in prison. Thank you, Bob, for the reminder. This all makes sense now. Okay, actually, I have eaten bee propolis. I was fortunate enough, because when we worked at the brewery, we had beehives in the parking lot. We worked with a organization with the city. It was called Hives for Humanity. And then when they harvested all the honey at the end of the season, they were like showing us all this crazy stuff. It was weird. It was freaking weird, guys. It was just like this soft kind of like fatty tasting thing. That's about the best way to describe it. That's the weirdest things I've ever eaten though. That's not bad. You have to try everything once. And hi, Pell. Okay, look. Y'all are the pie of my eye. We're so ready. Where are we even gonna put this? I think in the door actually is a good little spot to stack them. I can't believe we made that much. 9 discs is what we ended up with. Ew, Mish. Look at this. I've drank half of my half cup of cider, Bob. And that's what's happened to me. Half of my half glass of just a 5.5% cider. Imagine if that was wine. We'd be done for. Okay, I'm gonna do a little wipe of the board because it's a bit buttery. You see that slick there? Coconut worm larva? Yeah, would it taste like coconut? Ah! Wine is on equals the floor? Yes. I'm unsupervised right now. You guys are the only ones I got. Mish is all out of slaps? I didn't even know that could happen. Okay, we got the Ziploc bag. I do like this little thing now though, fill and fold. How they made the bottom a bit different. So I made this earlier this week on Wednesday for my clients that I cook for. And it looked and smelled amazing. I may or may not have forgotten my cast iron grill pan at their house, but it's okay. I have another one to use. It was like literally around the corner when I realized it, and I was like, I'm not going back. I'm not turning around, man. I'm going home. Lemongrass chicken. You forgot all your toiletries at your friend's house? Yeah, they live 2.5 hours away. That sucks though. Did you at least have a little backup at home? Or did you have to go and buy all new? I mean, that was my thought. It's like, I'll be there next Monday. It's okay. It's so expensive, toiletries, to replace them. Fermented swamp ass. Who's popping? That's like the second time I've seen you say that. That's the saying of the week. Okay, let me scroll down here. This recipe was published on October 19th, 2019. It's your family motto. I like it. I really like it. Okay, chicken and marinade. We need some chicken thigh fillets. And I would suggest for this to get them boneless, skinless, because when you go to grill chicken that has skin on, you will often get flare-ups and smoke. And it's just not that fun of a time. So definitely try to get boneless, skinless. One of the few times that you guys know I suggest this, but I got a really good deal on it this week. All of this for $13. Can't go wrong with that. You should see the coat of arms. Oh my god. Did you know that people have motorbikes? I'm not sure if you knew that, but people drive motorbikes in the summer. I almost forgot. Can I try to not touch it? Okay, I'll have to touch it. I don't love like washing my hands. And then kind of open up the chicken because they're bunched back together as we pop it in there. Pal, no way. I had no idea. Free-run chicken raised on family farms. What other kind of farms would it be raised on? Friend farms? You got timed out in Grub Truck last night? What did you do? How is that even possible, Pell? This chicken is Western Canadian, not Eastern Canadian, okay? Okay, wash your hands, unless you want to put salmonella everywhere. Although I've never even met anyone that's ever got salmonella poisoning, so is it a lie? I don't know. You said something about Tyler's mom. Never bring the moms in. You knew the line. You crossed it. It's all in good fun, though. You're Northern Canadian, not Southern Canadian. I mean, if you talk to the Inuit, I'm a Southern Canadian. To them, they call us Southerners. But you talk to everyone else in the world and we're up north. Right, yeah, they eat raw chicken in Japan. I know this. Okay, instead of me buying the one stalk of lemongrass, because I don't often like the woodiness of lemongrass, I thought it would be easier to just buy this whole tub of the paste and then just keep it in the freezer until you use it next. And that way it's all chopped up and you don't have to worry about that texture. So 1 teaspoon of paste is just 1 teaspoon of fresh lemongrass. I would hope it's vegan. So they said 1 stalk, so I just will first open this up. I'm thinking like a good tablespoon and a half. Pal. I've actually grown lemongrass before when we were on the island. It's amazing. Fresh. It just grows like a grassy bush. It's super cool. And as long as you harvest it when it's nice and small, it's not hard to work with. But the stalks that they sell in the store here are so woody that I find it annoying to work with. But I also found like this tube also annoying to work with. I had to because I bought it for my clients too. I had to basically cut it open to get any of the paste out because the hole that they put in this spout is too small to even squeeze anything. So I just used my scissors. So I thought that was safer than a knife so you don't stab yourself. And just make the hole bigger. Kind of just go in a circle. This is the chef ingenuity that comes into play. Because we gotta solve the issue, but we don't want to hurt ourselves. Because then you can't work. And it's not fun going to the hospital, so just tear that open. Hello? Anyone? Hello, lemongrass? Are we allowed to use it? I don't know what's happening anymore. Guys? Me just raving about using the tube of lemongrass when I could have had the whole stock already prepared. What is going on here? It's not even like... There's a big chunk. Okay, we got a touch in. Hello? Anyone? You know what I'm gonna do? Probably just cut off the end. And then freeze it in a jar. That's the other thing about chefs. Patience. Not a thing. Time is money, people. We get paid by the hour here. Holy FemChef, the amount of people rolling into Twitch lately from way back in the day, I got nothing to say anymore. I'm actually like in shock. We get paid by the hour, people. FemChef knows. Okay, that's a good amount of lemongrass for the chicken. Back in the day. Hi, Captain Taft. You did a bad job chewing it up. Mish, do better. What kind of prison are they running over there? Okay, we need a couple garlic cloves. Just looking at where my garlic press is. We'll use the microplane instead. Some lime juice. Fish sauce. We do not want to skip the fish sauce. I don't want to hear it. It literally lives in the back of the fridge for a reason, but when we need it, it's there. Was so happy limes were 89 cents at the store. That's a good deal. Usually they're $1. How's life? It's good. Life is good. I'm actually doing a little bit of private chefing as well. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I cook for a young couple that's like my age. That's 2 professionals. They just need help with not having to decide what they should cook every week. So that's super fun for me for a couple hours a week. And then yeah, I still stream every weekend. Keeps me company because my husband works out of town for like 3 to 4 weeks at a time. But then he's also home for a good couple of weeks consecutively. You need a private chef. That's what she was saying to me this week, actually. She's like, yeah, I was talking to my friend that just had triplets, and she's like pretty jealous of what we have. But she's like, I'm pretty sure you're already too busy anyways to take on more clients. I was like, you're actually right. I hate spreading myself too thin because then the food suffers. And well, we just don't need to work our life away either. Yes, I use the fatty knife from the pie crust. It's okay, we're peeling the garlic anyways. Pacific Coast. I'm actually in the prairies now. I moved back to Alberta a couple years ago. Yeah. This is where I grew up. It's just a bit cheaper than living on the coast right now. And really easy for my husband to fly back and forth from his job here. Thanks, Captain Taft. It'll just be me on Sunday, but happy Canada Day to everyone if I don't see you guys. Because I know I won't see you on the Monday. Closer to that bird of beef, but so much farther away from good seafood. Lesage. Because, like, let's put it this way. It's easy to get beef across Canada fresh. It's really hard to get seafood fresh from the coast, even just one province over. So we're just gonna do this. Microplane the garlic. I don't really care if it comes out a bit chunky. It'll fall off when we grill it tomorrow. I might have to pick that one out though. You'll trade me seafood for good beef, see? Way easier to do that. Honestly, can't believe it's Canada Day. Again, this is actually when we moved. A couple years ago, we moved on that weekend. Great time to move, though. In the middle of the weekend, not too many people were traveling. But not a great time when it was like plus 40 during that heat wave. Yeah, 2021, was it? So was that 3 years ago now, Mish? I guess. Holy shit. Where does the time go? You're right. Yeah, because we moved the year after the pandemic. Man, these garlic chunks tomorrow are gonna be so good. A neighbor in the apartment gets good seafood. I'll always trade baked goods for whatever he has. That is the best relationship to have. I love the barter system. You miss living by the ocean? Me too. And that's what we always said too, right? Is just because we're gone now doesn't mean you can't go back later in life. That's how much garlic I've gotten so far. Other than the chunkers. Am I being kind of lazy? A bit. It's just a marinade, guys. Don't worry. Good old garlic paste from the microplane. My least favorite way to do garlic, but my garlic press was already dirty. Nice, you made curry. So good. I'm really obsessed with ginger. Okay. 2 tablespoons of lime juice, so probably half a lime. Oh yeah, Dust. The ants got him. He's working nights as well. So that's why sometimes he's just able to pop in, but other times he's already like going to work and stuff. You need to buy a food processor. Just have a little baby one. Save up for the robo-coop. Annihilated. Sounds good. You guys relocated to YouTube? That's cool. I mean, I still upload my VODs and stuff there and do shorts, but I don't do any long form content there. At least not yet. That's exciting. I'll have to check it out. Do you still go by the same name? One food processor we cannot recommend here is the KitchenAid one. Trust me, we've all seen how it works, or doesn't. Okay, we need a tablespoon of soy sauce, a little bit of brown sugar. I'm just gonna do some maple syrup instead. And then I think I saw a touch of oil, so we'll do some peanut oil, because that'll be so yummy when it fries up. You jump to a different industry, no more cooking? This is even more exciting. Tell me more, tell me more. Okay, 1 tablespoon. And then we'll put a little bit more salt on the chicken tomorrow when we cook it. That'll get us started though. We didn't do the fish sauce, yes, have we? 2 tablespoons of fish sauce. Iceman Nitro or Iceman Nitro? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. A couple squirts. Sure. Looks good. You make games now? What? That's really cool. What type of games? Okay, 1 tablespoon of oil. Done. Chicken, lemongrass, garlic, lime, fish, soy. We need the sugar, and that's it. This will just help it brown a little bit and also balance out all of our other flavors. A lot of South Asian food is like that. Fish sauce, yup. Vietnamese food, same with Thai food. They basically season everything with fish sauce, not salt. So now we'll close this up, but I always leave a little bit of air in just to get it started mixing. And then we just massage it up, toss it around. And that's how easy it is to marinate your stuff for the next day. I just shake it up until it looks all evenly mixed together. Spread out that lemongrass. Why just a little air in? Wait, did I miss something? Sunnyside, it's a cozy farm sim? I'd probably get obsessed with that. I want to be a farmer in life. There's only one way to start. Big Aaron? Oh, I'm gonna ban all of you for the rest of the weekend. I hope you know. Misha's already in jail. I'm sending you the rest there. Don't ask me about Dreamlight Valley. Actually, I said I was gonna go to the park, Pell, and play it today. I see there's still some lemongrass over there. We gotta mix it more. I said I was gonna take my picnic blanket and the Steam Deck and go play a little bit of Disney until I get too hot. Okay, we did it, guys. So then usually, yeah, I kind of leave it flat all together like this. Just fold that over itself. We need to let a little bit more air out. There's no errands here. And that is it. Flat, not limp, thank you. This really turned out to be a Feral Friday. Last thing on the list, baby. Done and done. Beautiful. That's a great feeling. Limping lemongrass? Okay, sounds good, Femme Chef. Thanks for popping in. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, let's say. Know the bottle of peanut oil was expensive. I recommend the Costco bottle. It's massive, but only $20. I appreciate you sharing that with me. When was the last time I went to Costco for myself? Maybe 2 weeks ago. So I only usually go to Costco because it's a kind of a far drive for me, like a good 20 minutes away, where there's nothing, no other stores that I go to. So yeah, this was $9 for 750 ml. I'm not sure how big the Costco bottle is, but probably way better price versus the amount that you get, as always. Okay, who are we gonna go raid? Look at that, we're just nearing 4 hours altogether. I still remember when they had this olive oil that we always use in the 55-gallon drum with the pump with it. I forget how much it was, but it actually wasn't much compared to what you got. Maybe $300 or something. Like, it was such a fair price. I was like, what the hell? I want that. Because 2 bottles is $28 now. The jug is 2.84 liters, so much, much more than value for the price. That would last you a few years. Just a couple. Just start bottling olive oil for your, like, friends, family, anyone who wants it. Sell it on Marketplace. You really corner the market that way. Just put it in the common area of the apartment building and charge people per pump. Okay, where are we gonna go raid? We got lots of people cooking today. But Cosmic Cat's making... I still call her Cosmic Cat because that's just how I know her. Pizza cheesecake? What could this even be? Chef Steve. Birthday service. So I'm assuming it's his birthday today. Exciting. Let me see who else is in food and drink, because sometimes we find some cool new people. If anyone has suggestions, let me know too. It's OG Pickle, live from the food truck. That looks fun. What's his name is OG Pickle. Chicken and fries? Okay, we're gonna go see them. They're like right after me in the carousel. Yoon, thank you for popping in. I'm actually honored and so happy that you're still kicking around. Just like old times. It's OG Pickle. Thank you for being here, Kimmers, from start to finish. Send you a message? You send me a message. Right now. And he's gonna request butter tarts. I mean, we only made 9 things of pie dough today. The raid's been created. Here we go. Friends, thank you for being here today. This was a fun one. Lots of laughs. That soup was seriously phenomenal and really easy to make, especially for summertime, so please do try it. Maybe make it for someone to share with, if you can, because I feel like it would pack up really good. Other than that, I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific as always. We will grill up that chicken, make homemade lemongrass chicken vermicelli bowls, and some strawberry rhubarb pies. That sounds delicious. So hope to see you then. If you can't make it Saturday, I'll be around on Sunday too at the same time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Make sure to join our Discord if you want any of the recipes and to hang out when we are not around on stream. Let's go see this food truck. I'm excited. Stay cool out there. Stay safe. Love y'all. Watch your footy ball. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Okay. I'm gonna hit that button. See you tomorrow. Have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are in the world. Bye.